My name is Stacy Hawk and I am chair of the board. It is 9:01 a.m. and I would like to call the January 22nd, 2026 quarterly board meeting to order. Please be aware this meeting is being broadcast via the internet and those present in the boardroom may be visible to the public. Members, when I call your name, please announce present. I, Stacy Hawk, Chair, Javed Anwar, Richard Clemmer,
Present.
Daryl Heath,
Present.
Colt McCoy,
Present.
Juan Navarez,
Present.
Ashley Thomas,
Present.
Wilcom Wilson,
Present.
Daniel Wong, Lisa Cantu.
Present.
Please record in the minutes that we have a quorum. All right, agenda item 1A is consideration and possible action to approve the resolution of appreciation for an outgoing board member. Resolution of appreciation for an outgoing board member. It's time to, it is a privilege for me to present this first item on our agenda today, the appreciation of service for outgoing board member Emma Navarez. I'd like to read the resolution in full to the board. Whereas Emma C. Navarez was appointed to the board of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Greg Abbott on October 31st, 2019. And whereas during her tenure, Ms. Navarez served with distinction as chair of the Agency Operations Committee and as chair of the Committee on Academic Workforce and Success, providing thoughtful leadership at the intersection of higher education, workforce preparation, and economic opportunity. And whereas, as a highly respected community leader and accomplished businesswoman from El Paso, Ms. Navarez brought valuable perspective and statewide visibility to the work of the coordinating board, elevating awareness of the agency's mission and the needs of Texas students, particularly those pursuing education as a pathway to meaningful careers. And whereas Ms. Navarez consistently demonstrated exceptional commitment to the coordinating board's work, contributing her energy, diligence, and strategic insight to advance policies and programs that strengthen student outcomes, institutional effectiveness, and workforce readiness across Texas. And whereas, through her leadership and service, Ms. Navarez supported efforts to expand access to higher education, improve post-secondary education completion, and address the evolving workforce demands facing the state, helping ensure that Texas students are prepared to succeed in a dynamic and competitive economy. And whereas Ms. Navarez has earned the deep respect and admiration of her fellow board members, coordinating board staff, and institutions of higher education for her professionalism, collegiality, integrity, and unwavering dedication to students and the future workforce of Texas, now there be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 22nd day of January, 2026, express their sincere appreciation and gratitude to Ms. Emma Navarez for her exemplary service and lasting contributions as a member of this board, and for her steadfast commitment to strengthening higher education and workforce success for all Texans. And be it further resolved that this resolution be entered into the official minutes of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and that a copy signed by the board members be presented to Ms. Navarez as a lasting expression of the high esteem in which she is held. Members, do I have a motion for approval of the resolution of appreciation for Emma Navarez?
Motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Wilson and a second by Mr. Clemmer. Members, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? Motion passes. Agenda item 1B, introduction of our new board members. The next item on agenda is the introduction of our newly appointed board members. Welcome Daryl Heath and Colt McCoy. Daryl Heath of Colleyville was appointed to the board by Governor Greg Abbott earlier this month for a term to expire in August 31. Daryl is a native Texan and a first-generation college student. He currently serves as the executive director of the Fort Worth Tarrant County Innovation Partnership and is the owner of Heath Family Holdings, LLC. The second appointee is Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy of Aledo was also appointed to the board by Governor Abbott earlier this month. Colt is a founding partner at HPI in Fort Worth, where he serves as managing partner and supports office and industrial investment and development in the region. His private sector experience informs his approach to higher education governance by connecting academic outcomes with workforce needs and regional economic development. On behalf of the board, welcome. We are enthusiastic for your appointments and eager to work with you to build a talent structure. Agenda item 2 is the Commissioner's remarks. Today, the Commissioner will provide his remarks on some of the agenda items we'll be discussing. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Hawk. Good morning, board members, and welcome to everyone joining in person or joining us online. I want to begin by joining Chair Hawk and the rest of the board in expressing my appreciation to Emma Nevarez for her service to the agency, the state, and importantly to the students and families we serve. Emma's thoughtful leadership and dedication to serving Texas students and institutions have made a real difference. And Emma, if you're watching us online, we'll miss you, and we know we'll get to stay in touch. I also want to welcome our two board members, Daryl Heaton McCoy. Glad y'all are here. Look forward to working with you, learning from you, your experiences and your expertise. And before I move into further remarks, I want to take a moment to thank Chair Hawk for her leadership in streamlining the format of our meeting. Today is the first meeting where we will have a one-day board meeting with no committees. This approach allows us to be efficient and intentional with our time while ensuring we have a meaningful, informative discussions on major policy issues. To that end, as we begin the new year, I'm energized for the work ahead and the opportunities before us. The items on today's agenda include priorities and initiatives designed for systemic change to improve student outcomes and to help Texas build a talent-strong pipeline. For example, today's major policy discussion will highlight another set of STAR Award recipients. At our last board meeting, we recognized institutions with STAR Awards for their workforce education programs. Today, we'll hear from STAR Award recipients who are recognized for their initiatives to boost student success. Lone Star College and UT Arlington will share what they're doing to transform the student experience and support students through their post-secondary journey. Following the STAR Award presentation, we'll highlight the Texas Talent Trajectory based on the 8th grade cohort data that the agency has published for years. It's a tool that helps stakeholders by grounding decision-making in data, providing actionable region and institution-specific insights about Texas student outcomes from 8th grade through completion of a degree or certificate within 11 years of that 8th grade year, so within 6 years of high school graduation. I want to thank the Fort Worth Education Partnership for joining us today to demonstrate how the T3 data is being leveraged in their community to inform and engage key stakeholders around important educational outcomes. The data, which was just updated to include the most recent 8th grade cohort, highlights both the progress we've made and the opportunities ahead to ensure Texas students can reach their full potential. The T3 tool illustrates the shared responsibility of K-12 and post-secondary education related to our talent pipeline, and also highlights leakages along that pipeline and that we're leaving too many Texans out of the 8th largest economy in the world. Finally, on today's agenda, we have an update to several proposed rules related to student transfer. Efficient, effective student transfer pathways have been a top priority for the legislature and the agency through the passage of multiple pieces of legislation over the years, including Senate Bill 25 in 2019 and Senate Bill 3039 in 2025. Transfer is a personal and professional priority for me. I've transferred a significant number of hours. I was a transfer advisor, participated in transfer admissions, and have been an advocate for transfer success for 2 decades. Transfer success will continue to be an agency priority. Today's rules, among other things, aim to make admissions requirements for students clear and transparent and establish expectations for institutional transfer liaisons as required by Senate Bill 3039. Additionally, proposed rules implement provisions of SB 37 related to the core curriculum. Specifically, the rules are intended to ensure the core curriculum and courses are foundational, prepare students for civic and professional life, support workforce readiness, meet accreditation standards, and require governing board review and certification of each institution's core curriculum, including reporting to the agency the common course number associated with each core curriculum course no later than January 1, 2027. I'll end my comments there. Thank you again, Chair Hawk, for letting me share some thoughts. Looking forward to the discussions today on very important matters before the board.
Thank you, Commissioner. Members, any questions for the Commissioner? Agenda item 3 is public testimony. We have one individual registered to testify today. When I call your name, please come forward and state your name, where you are from, and who you represent. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board on any item on this agenda. Casey A. move on. Agenda item 4 is consideration and possible action to approve the consent calendar. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. You have had time in advance to review the items, and of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That will give us the opportunity to discuss that item or items fully later in the meeting. Members, does anyone want to add or remove any items to the consent calendar? Do I have a motion to approve agenda items 4A1 through 4F25 on the consent calendar? So moved. I have a motion by Ms. Thomas, second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 5A through 5C are informational items. Members, you've had time in advance to review the items which were provided for information only and do not require board action. Agenda item 6 is the major policy discussion. Major policy discussions are topics of interest where staff, policy experts, and/or stakeholders provide coordinating board members with information on higher education policy matters or initiatives that have the potential to impact Texas statewide. The major policy discussion today will focus on the 2025 STAR Awards from Classroom to Career, a Future Ready Texas. Dr. Brandon Griggs, Assistant Commissioner for College and Career Advising, and Dr. Gerald Fernandez Napoles, how do I say
Napoles.
Wonderful. From Lone Star College, and Dr. Candace Calhoun Butts and Dr. Louisa Havens Gerardo from the University of Texas at Arlington will present this item and be available for questions.
It's just me today.
Good morning, Board. Chair Hawk. My name is Brandon Griggs, Assistant Commissioner for College and Career Advising, and thank you for your time to discuss the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board STAR Awards, where you recognize innovation, collaboration, and impact that makes Texas a national leader in higher education. Next slide, please. The 2025 STAR Awards highlighted this last year's Higher Ed Leadership Conference theme, From Classroom to Career, a Future Ready Texas. Honors exceptional achievements in student success, career development, and workforce education. 3 priorities that together reflect the core of our state's higher education strategic plan, building a talent-strong Texas. At our last board meeting, you heard from the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center and San Jacinto College on how they realigned academic programs and built specific pipelines and partnerships in workforce. Today, you'll hear from 2 institutions of higher education from the student success category. And then at the April board meeting, you'll be able to hear from 2 other institutions on career development and transition. These awards are specific examples at institutions that reinforce state policy of student success that drives the Talent Strong Texas strategic plan forward. As a reminder, this is our 24th year doing the STAR Awards. We had 32 nominations, and we have 1 participant from a university, a 4-year university, and 1 from a vocational, technical, and community college from each of the 3 categories. Next slide, please. The Building a Talent Strong Texas plan is fundamentally a student success agenda, one that challenges us to ensure that at least 60% of Texans ages 25 to 64 earn a post-secondary credential by 2030. That's in 4 years. And that every learner, regardless of background or pathway, has a real opportunity to succeed in the Texas economy. Today, only about 48% of working age Texans hold a certificate or degree beyond high school, with short-term workforce credentials adding just another 6%, leaving too many students without credentials they need to advance and too many employers without the skilled workforce that they require. So there's a gap. Closing this gap requires student success programs on our campuses that remove barriers, accelerate completion, and connect learning to opportunity. The partners you'll hear from today exemplify student-centered design, creating pathways to improve persistence, shorten time to degree, reduce costs, and ensure that students earn credentials of value without taking unmanageable debt. Their work demonstrates that student success and economic growth are inseparable, particularly in a rapid evolving labor market. Building a talent-strong Texas also requires that student success extends beyond the classroom, strengthening student support systems, research capacity, expanding access to innovation, and attracting private and federal investment, ensuring that Texas institutions can offer cutting-edge learning experiences aligned with high-demand fields, preparing them not just for jobs of today, but of tomorrow. Some specific examples that the state has focused on here at the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board through the Talent Strong Texas Plan include My Texas Future, preparing students to make decisions, Free College Application Week that increases college access and affordability, state financial aid programs that improve educational affordability, statewide course sharing and exchange programs that create advising and transfer efficiency, Texas Leadership Scholars that build student leaders across the state, OER grant program which increases access to course share and reduce textbooks costs through the use of open educational resources. These are all policy tools with clear student impact, expanding access, improving affordability, increasing completion, and closing those achievement gaps. Our Star Award honorees bring this vision to life. In student success, they are increasing completion and helping more Texans reach the finish line. Together, their work turns state goals into meaningful outcomes, advancing access, affordability, completion, and workforce alignment. As we celebrate these honorees, we celebrate progress towards a Texas where every student can thrive and education remains a powerful engine of opportunity and economic growth. Next slide, please. So how do we pick these categories of student success, career development, and transitions, and workforce alignment? Essentially, these are the priorities for the state and within the Talent Strong Texas Strategic Plan. Next slide. The criteria for the student success category are listed here. Across the state, there are hundreds of student success programs. Across the state, there are hundreds of success student programs with many variations between institutions like peer mentoring, early alert, tutoring programs, and we need to identify those programs that increase time to degree and completion. Currently, there are approximately 4 million some college no credential students out there, and we need to figure out the models that help them persist and retain at our institutions. One of the good things is here across the state, looking at our 2 and 4 year institutions, our persistence rate from 1 to 2nd year is approximately 80%, whereas nationally that's approximately 70% at some estimates. However, there's still a gap there. And so being able to highlight these programs, focus on these programs, and recognize the excellent work that's being done across our institutions remains a priority. Next slide, please. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the 2 Star Award recipients for this year for Lone Star College and University of Texas at Arlington. Next slide. Lone Star College has transformed the student experience through data-informed advising reforms, guided pathways, and holistic supports. Key initiatives include the NACADA Excellence in Advising Case Management Model, auto grad and reverse transfer programs, and care for completion supports such as food, housing, and child care assistance. These strategies have resulted in nearly 12% increase in credential attainment since 2017, with 12,822 credentials awarded in 2023 to 2024. Today, 19% of completions come from auto grad and reverse transfer, and credit completion ratios for first-time in college students have risen by over 7% points in the last 3 years. Persistence rates have improved by 4 points, and achievement gaps have narrowed. Together, these reforms have shortened time to degree, lowered costs, and embedded transfer and career readiness into every advising interaction. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Gerald Fernandez Napoles, Vice Chancellor of Student Success at Lone Star College.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Griggs, for the wonderful introduction and the summary of what we're doing. Commissioner Rosser, Chair Hawk, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation of the great things that we're doing, not only at Lone Star College, but the influence that we have in the lives of the students that we serve, their family members, and the communities that we partner with. It's truly humbling, especially sitting next to my colleague that I met this morning, but we've been in communication with the honor of being the community college and the university in this wonderful category. And when you hear her speak, she also has the title that includes student success. On behalf of our Chancellor, Mario K. Castillo, we're really excited to share the stories and not just of what we're doing, but what we're doing to collaborate with our 4-year partners and our 2-year partners as well. Next slide. So transforming pathways, empowering futures. That's what we do at Lone Star College, but that's what we do in higher education, K-12 world. I know some of our partners are sitting behind us, waiting for approval for their degrees and some highlights of their successes, and we don't do this alone. We are one of 50 community college and one of several higher education institutions that focus on student success, but we need the success and the support of our employees, our communities, and leaders like you who make the decisions to support, move forward, and pause sometimes on the great work that we're doing. Next slide. So a little bit about Lone Star College. We serve the greater North Houston area. If you look at counties, we serve Harris County and Montgomery County. We have about 90,000 plus students every year. And we have 8 campuses with unique presidents. We have a 9-member elected board representing their single member district. And we're excited to serve the community that is really, for those that are sitting behind me and watching, basically Cypress to Kingwood to Conroe to Beltway 8 north of that. And so that's a huge area, and our service area is approximately 2,600 miles. And we take a lot of responsibility and take our work seriously when we serve the people that we do, because we know it leads to what you guys are talking about, economic and workforce opportunities, a greater Texas and a greater United States. And so as you see here, our vision, and I'll read it, the system will lead higher education, offering high quality, affordable education while consistently evolving to meet the community's needs in academic and workforce education. And y'all have used those words several times already in the short time that this meeting has been adjourned. Our mission, and this is really new as of a few months ago, the system provides transformational educational opportunities that help individuals get from where they are to where they want to be. And so that's really important, where they are to where they want to be. So if that baseline is starting and taking a class for continuing education or taking classes so they can transfer to one of our wonderful university partners like the University of Texas at Arlington. I know that the commissioner talked about transfer. I started a community college in Dallas and transferred to Sam Houston State University. If the purpose is to transfer, if the purpose is to get some credits for certifications to move and advance in your current role and get a higher opportunity, or to have a new career opportunity, that's what we have, and that's the best thing that we do in higher education in Texas. And since this is the Lone Star College presentation, I'll talk about Lone Star College. We can make sure that we do the things that we need to do, create the programs that are needed to help our partners and help our community. Next slide, please. So this is a slide with a lot of text, but basically it's going to lead to the next presentation, and we're going to talk about some highlights that Dr. Griggs has already highlighted, but also that these successes were not just things that happened overnight, but you will see that they took a series of years and they built upon themselves to have some milestones so that we had momentum, so that our success would continue and not just be some type of initiative that would end. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights: 12% increase in credential payments since 2017, 4% increase in fall persistence for our first time in college students. Next slide. 20-point increase in declared majors through our Education 1300 class, and this is a foundation, some people may call it a first year, first semester course for our students that give them an opportunity to understand certain things like navigating a schedule, knowing where the resources are, working with advisors, and accessing additional resources. And then you can see working with the academic plan, and this is really key, and there's a slide that will go in more detail. 34% decrease in students taking off-plan courses through Stay on Course campaign. So, Commissioner, you talked about transferring courses. What about if we could reduce the amount of courses that you transfer that would not lead towards a degree at the university or the other institution? And so we're talking about efficiency. and we are very proud that we are working on that. We're not excellent as far as being perfect, but we're doing our best to do more for others. Next slide, please. And so as you can see here, a timeline from 2016, 17, 18, 19, and sometimes you have to take a breath and wait on new initiatives to develop and build upon the older ones. So you see a pause 2021 and 2024. Next slide. So a clear pathway, what does that mean? Where are students going? How do I understand what I need to major in? And so we wanted to make sure that they had access to the resources they need, as basic as having materials for them. As you can see here, and Dr. Griggs had talked about it, we talked about auto grad and reverse transfers. And so what is that? That's not a magical machine that gives people credit, but what it does is the process that recognizes the hard work and the hours earned already by the student. And so to help them earn the credentials that they may not have applied for because of some technical paperwork that did not get submitted, we wanted to make sure that we work with our registrar's office, we work with our academics and our advisors to review the credentials, to see what credit hours were there, to see what we could do to help a student earn a credential that their many credit hours and hours of studying led to. And then of course our partnership with the universities with reverse transfer, meeting the minimum requirements at the community college so that they can go to the university and then earn their associate's degrees as well. Next slide, please. That's just a highlight of some of the things that we've talked about. Next slide. And so we're really excited about the information that we have. And so before we make decisions, it's not just something that we pull out of thin air. As people would say, we need to be data informed and then also use that information to help make decisions, but also make sure that we have a culture where people understand what the data mean and that we just don't take action based on what numbers do or what trends say, but have conversations of why those trends and numbers reflect certain things. And we're establishing a culture that is utilizing the opportunity to look at numbers to realize that these numbers reflect lives. And we take that really seriously because for some, the hardest thing is to walk on our property or to even ask a question about applying. And we want to make sure that we're able to help our students. And so we have various dashboards that provide it. And as you can see in the blue highlight, it says data reveal that students enrolling courses outside the degree plans were incurring unnecessary costs and delaying graduation. And so we're talking about not being efficient, using taxpayer dollars, using people's own money to support things that may not lead towards advancement and opportunity. Next slide, please. And so really proud of the work that we're doing for Clear Pathway to Completion, Care for Completion. Dr. Griggs talked about, and my colleague Jamie Posey, who's the Associate Vice Chancellor of Student Success and Completion, also during the fall poster board, talked about the opportunities that we have. So not only are we helping the students earn their credentials, but we're helping them with their lives. And so Care for Completion is a dedicated opportunity to provide resources to students, including food, housing, emergency funding, and we have closed closets for our students. And originally we started up at a few of our colleges. Now all of our colleges have food pantries, all of our colleges have closed closets, and now we have a centralized system to make sure that we track what resources are available for students, what they receive at one college, and all resources so that we can be more efficient in how we provide either more money, more clothing, more food, or outside resources like counseling or housing. Next slide, please. A Clear Pathway to Completion related to NACADA. We talked about academic advising and LSE optimize a clear advising case manager approach that leverage all advising staff. And so we have 8 major campuses and 20 plus centers. And so we need to make sure that our staff are trained, our faculty know what our staff are doing when they're advising our students and telling them what they need to do to be successful, not necessarily having all the answers, but knowing where to get the correct answers. Advisors proactively utilizing student data to monitor progress and provide targeted interventions as needed to ensure students have a clear path to complete their credentials. Next slide, please. And so we talked about stay on course. LSC implemented an enhanced system-wide early alert integrated with our student information system. So if a student doesn't show up, if a student misses turning in their assignments, then we have an opportunity working with the faculty, who the faculty are the major players in this because that's where the students are most of the time when they're not getting their financial aid information or applying or getting their textbooks. And the faculty who do a great job in the classroom provide the early alert, work with our advisors, and so we take action to make sure, hey, we noticed that you're sleeping in class, we noticed that you haven't been in class. I have transportation issues, well, we have resources for you. So as you can see here, we reduced the number of students taking courses off the plan. And really happy to help our students. Switch back. Next slide.
Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. Okay, here we talked about the dashboard and having a single live hub. Our college presidents, our chancellor, members of the chancellor's cabinet, the vice chancellors have access to the resources, the vice presidents do. We have conversations with our professional staff, association leaders, our faculty leaders, and so we're not doing all these in isolation. We need teamwork, and that's what we develop a culture for, to make sure that we have access to the information and that we work and collaborate at the levels where the students walk in, but also where the students in class and learn, to even where the students gather the textbook and also know where to get the other resources. Next slide, please. So looking ahead, LSC has turned its focus to feature recent launches of our new strategic plan. We launched our strategic plan last semester, so it's for 5 years. We're very excited because some of the same things y'all are talking about, we're doing. We're not gonna do it all in 1 year because sometimes when you eat too much, you kind of get stuck. But we also know that we have priorities and we need to accomplish certain things. And so a couple of key things that are, I think, really appropriate to the conversation that we're having today, not just on student success but workforce, is we developed through our chancellor support 4 new positions. And we created some efficiencies in financial aid. So we're taking advantage of our TPEG allocations to maximize the number of funding that we can provide to our students. We work with our financial aid to increase awareness and provide financial literacy, not just for financial aid, but to balance a budget. We now have a dedicated chief alumni officer. We have a chief business and industry partner. We have a chief mental health. And for those that have family members or have served, thank you for your service, we have a chief veterans officer. And so we're doing what we need to do in pieces and times that we can to make sure that we have a comprehensive approach to helping all students through all the different categories they have and through the different snap points in life where sometimes life happens and you lose a car, you lose your job, but we're there to help people. And our success is not just ours alone, it's through the ISD partners, it's through the university partners. For all the wonderful Texas taxpayers, we are part of the Houston GPS. So we work with about 14 colleges, community colleges and universities. We've been recognized as a leader college by the Achieving the Dream Institution for participating in Aspen Institute's Unlocking Opportunities. And so what we want to do is not just use the information that we have, but truly be efficient and effective and learn from the great things that our partners from the universities to the ISDs and those from the national level have. And of course, we're very appreciative of the support of the Higher Education Coordinating Board, because without the work and decisions y'all make, it's gonna be hard for us to do what we have, especially with the upcoming opportunities in workforce health. And so that's gonna be exciting. And so as a community college a leader and an educator, thank y'all for your support. Thank y'all for giving us the ability to be agile, to help our students, to help us pivot, to help us work with people we need to do so people can achieve their dreams. And as you saw from the very beginning, help people from where they are to where they want to be. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you. I'll open it to some very easy questions.
Thank you, that's incredible. And
you are very much aligned with our goals because we know it paints us every time we hear about students taking classes that they then can't be applied to transferring or pursuing the credentialing they're looking for. So helping them get in front of that, making sure students get the credentials they're entitled to. That's also a remarkable stat to see what a difference that makes. And using data to alert you if something is appearing to go sideways with a student through not showing up to class or not doing assignments so that you can reach out and being a bit of a bumper and a safety net for them on basic needs. So I'm not surprised that that's yielding results for your students and equipping them to be more successful in the process. So my hat off to you. Any questions from anyone else or?
Yeah, just out of curiosity, how many, for example, this year, how many kids are enrolled or involved in the Care for Completion program?
The semester just started, and so we're getting,
Last semester?
so the last year we served about 3,400 students in the Care for Completion.
And just, what is the annual cost? Cause I'm curious about daycare, is it on-campus daycare or just a subsidy or?
No, sir, we don't have daycares yet, but we've increased the opportunity to provide, I know our university partners have meal plans, and so we're a community college, non-residential, but we're providing food scholarships. I don't have the number off the top of my head, we work with our chancellor and our CFO, but we also work with our nonprofits. But we are dedicating our own funds to make sure that we have food. We're working with some partners to provide transportation through the agencies that provide bus systems. And so we're trying to expand that, but I don't have a cost right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great, I keep hearing about, there's a lot of programs being worked on to add additional support to students who are struggling.
Yes, sir.
And there's results show that if you're able to do that, then they're able to maintain their college curriculum and stay on course on. So congratulations on that program, and I'm just curious to see how, I guess you have to partner with a lot of agencies to do that.
Yes, sir, and the good thing about being in Texas, especially in the greater Houston area, there are a lot of partners with resources available, and actually by connecting with them, we partner with an organization that provides housing for people under 26. We partner with people who provide food and temporary housing for our hotels. And so by helping us help our students, they're actually meeting their goals as well. Thank y'all very much.
Next slide. Our next institution, the University of Texas at Arlington, created the MAVS RISE program to support conditionally admitted and TSI incomplete students through coordinated, data-informed approach. The program provides holistic case management, financial literacy, and career readiness services supported by student-ready advisors who each serve 120 to 150 students. Since its launch in 2023 and expansion in 2025, the program has enrolled nearly 1,000 students annually, 70% of whom are first generation. Results show a 16% increase in students in good academic standing, an increase in the share of students earning a GPA above a 3.0, and nearly 7% year-over-year rise in second-year retention. More than 90% of students meet with an advisor, and students engage frequently with the Student Money Management Center and Career Development Center. It is my pleasure to introduce to you all Dr. Candace Calhoun-Butts, Assistant Vice Provost, Retention and Completion.
Yes, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Dr. Griggs, and thank you for all of you for the invitation to be here. On behalf of my colleagues who could not be here, I want to extend a warm regards to from Ashley Ferguson and Louisa Havens-Gerardo. Also, I'd like to express our sincere gratitude for the recognition and receiving the award to the board, as well as the privilege to be here to present today. So thank you all so much. So you mentioned, Commissioner Rosser, the leakage of a pipeline, and we recognize that at UT Arlington as well, of how can we do our part to prevent that leakage at our institutions. When students make that commitment to be a student, then we have a responsibility to see that they're successful. So at UT Arlington, we are an R1 research public institution. So with that means we serve a lot of diverse students. We have just over 46,000 students at the university, which brings a lot of uniqueness, challenges, and successes. But my colleagues here talked a lot about the macro level of student success, so I'm gonna just narrowly focus and talk about a program which was data informed. We used data to see where our most vulnerable students were academically, personally, socially, and kind of use that data to say how can we build a program that's gonna support them throughout their entire life cycle. So that is the MAVRISE program. Next slide, please. So I'm gonna start off with a quote from our provost, Dr. Tamara Brown, and I'm gonna read it if I may. Our Maverick promise is to support students to remain enrolled, graduate in a timely fashion, and enter the workforce prepared to meet today's challenges. And this is really it's underscoring the whole premise of the MAVRISE program. One, that we have a commitment to be a student-ready campus, so the students that we accept, we want to serve, but also ensuring that students are successful academically, that they're going to be career-ready, that they also experience wellness from a personal perspective and social emotionally as well. Next slide. So that Maverick promise really was, again, the foundation for our MAVRISE program, where we're thinking holistically of how do we couple being an access-oriented institution while also supporting students. So that is from looking from the standpoint of the admissions practices and policies and how we are bringing students into the institution, but also how then we support them through advising, career development, how are we supporting them to pay their bills, all the way through graduation. Next slide. So the MAVRISE program is offered to conditionally admitted students and then students enrolled in developmental education. As my colleague Dr. Griggs mentioned, we serve about, well, really it's between 11 to 1,200 students every fall semester as a cohort. And this population of students make up about 20% of the fall cohort overall. And through data, we have learned that this population has 15 to 30% lower retention rates than the overall cohort. Additionally, we see lower student outcomes in GPA, for example, academic standing. Many of them fall out of good academic standing or they're not retained past the first year. So this is a group that was high need, high support, and we wanted to kind of touch them as well. Through the data, we also see, and this was mentioned in the presentation, that these students also have other factors that make them academically vulnerable, such as being a first-time in college student. They are students that we find to be late enrolled, so those are students that commit to us after August 1st, just before the semester begins, and they're at a disadvantage from our students who have started the process a little earlier. So this is a group that we definitely wanted to support and kind of dig into the data a little bit more to see how we can provide better resources. So next slide. So the structure of our MAVRISE program to support this population, it really was a coordinated and collaborative approach that we decided to include lots of different units across the campus. I mentioned a couple already, but it was our enrollment management office, student money management, which is housed in our student our registrar and our financial aid office, our career center, academic advising, all the way to our alumni kind of group helping with graduation. So it was a coordinated approach. We also reallocated funds at the institution to provide this program with advisors that would have a smaller caseload. So generally at UT Arlington, our advisors are 1 to 300 ratio, 1 to 350. These student-ready advisors have a population of 150 to 180 students so that they can provide more intimate care and more consistent outreach to those students. So we call them student-ready advisors. They really are friends, mentors. They're a campus connector for our students. Whatever students need, the advisors are there to support them. So whether that is taking them to a faculty's office because the student has never had a conversation, they will walk them. If it is helping them get connected to resources on campus through housing, transportation, they will help support them. If it's degree planning, they go semester by semester, reaching out to students, finding the courses that students have brought in through AP or maybe transfer credit. We're supporting those students to ensure that they have timely degree to completion. We also do a various nudges throughout the semester to students. So it's really coordinated in a way that the student feels that it is individualized, but also that we're not spreading our resources too thin. So the advisors are sending emails, they're texting students, which that seems to be the best way to connect with them nowadays, but they're just reaching out to them on a consistent basis and making sure the student knows that they have a resource, a referral, and just a friend as needed. And I'll share a little bit more information on some of the student responses in just a bit. We also have required interaction, so it's just not connecting with the students, but it's making sure that they know how to advocate for themselves in the future as well. So the students meet with our student money management office to think about their finances, to develop a plan after college, how they might pay back student loans, for example, or how might they support themselves to purchase a car. Our student money management office is working with students. Many of them don't know how to use a credit card, so that service is offered to students as well. And then with our career development center, so how is their degree aligned with their career goals and how will they be successful after college? And it may not be going right into the career force, it may be going into grad school. They have those really intimate conversations with students to help them plan their goals. Additionally, we have a dedicated first year seminar for these students where they do more goal setting, they go through kind of some of their challenges, they think about what their long-term goals are and how they're gonna be successful here at the university. We do also connect with our faculty during this first year seminar, so faculty in different majors will come to present. If it's the College of Engineering or Nursing, they'll share a real life example of what it means to be in those professions, the challenges, successes, and that's all happening in our first year seminar. And then we also have a residential living learning community where these students can actually live together on campus. They're cohorted, they can kind of share their stories, their experiences. That has been really helpful for students as well. So next slide. So some of the early results here, you can see on this slide that we've seen some success with this kind of supported collaborative program. And the year from fall 2023 to fall 2024, we've seen a 7% increase in retention overall, but some of the best results came from this fall cohort. Where we had a 20% increase in students in good academic standing. Actually, 100% of our students were now in good academic standing compared to the previous year. And also they have GPAs that put them in good academic standing as well. So really helpful, proud of that. These initiatives also support our strategic plan, our UTA Strategic 2030 plan, in which we want to enhance affordability, timely progress to graduation, and just progression, overall performance for those students that do want to go to grad school. We often say that 3.0 is necessary. Many students didn't think that was achievable or attainable, and now with the support of our program, they're able to progress. I would like to share just some anecdotes from our student populations. We meet with them in a focus group to understand their perspective, what's going well, what are some of the challenges. And one of the questions we asked the students was, what was your experience, or what did you think when you first arrived to UTA's campus? And one student said it like this: it was chaotic, like when you kick over a pile of ants. That's just really telling, just kind of the enormity of what students feel coming to campus. And then their response to how did you feel throughout the program and the support you received. And some students shared, it felt like a lifeline. My coach cheered me on when I wanted to give up. So we feel that through our student voices, that the work that we're doing is really in the fabric of who we are, that these are people that we want to see succeed in our communities, and just the work that we do is just evident here. So next slide. Some early lessons that we've learned from the program. Proactive, timely, and consistent intervention is working. This spring, we were able to see really great gains in persistence and retention. You can see here that we're seeing a 19% increase in retention for our conditionally admitted students, 18% for our students enrolled in developmental education, 6% among first-gen students. And I also would like to just note here that multiple measures assessment used for placement in math and English has really been successful at UT as well, when we see a 19% positive difference in one-year retention among TSI not complete students. So many of those factors are contributing to success at UTA for these populations of students. We know that we have more work to do, that this is just one kind of sliver or one arm of the population. We also are looking at other vulnerable students, our parents, our students as parents, and what that might look like. But this program has really been pivotal in understanding that the right support can help students progress and succeed. So thank you so much for your time. I did leave, next slide, if you want to share our information for my colleagues as well as myself, if you ever want to connect or have additional questions on our program. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate it. And I'll answer any questions if you have it.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions?
Just wanna thank Dr. Griggs and his staff for not only being responsible for the process, but for stewarding the program, which not only recognizes individually good work, but also uplifts exemplars. And so, what we saw today are two different approaches, macro, micro, both data informed. But they demonstrate that it's not just one thing that needs to be done to support students. Strategies are an aligned, coherent set of activities where there's course correction and monitoring constantly to get the kind of improvements that were highlighted today. So 18%, 20%, 34%, that kind of movement, educational outcomes over a relatively short period of time, meaningful, significant, and real students behind each one of those percentage points. So appreciate you both being here today to share your work, and thank you again for what you do every day with real people in real places.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. All right, agenda item 7 is Building a Talent Strong Texas, Data Insight, Texas Talent Trajectory T3, and Dr. Melissa Humphreys, Assistant Commissioner for Data Management and Research, and Ms. Layla Shantiyan, Chief Operating Officer of the Fort Worth Education Partnership, will provide a brief presentation and be available to answer questions. This item is for information only. Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Melissa Humphreys, the Assistant Commissioner of Data Management and Research here at the Coordinating Board. Today we'll be highlighting the Texas Talent Trajectory Dashboard and how this analysis can be used to inform strategy and decision making. I'll start with an overview of the tool itself and what we see in the most recent data. Then Layla Santillan of the Fort Worth Education Partnership will talk about how they've been using the data to inform specific policy conversations in the Fort Worth area. Before I start, I want to make sure I thank the folks on the DMR team who worked really hard to put this data together and get the dashboard up. Alyssa Ibarra, Amy McCurdy, and Sharon Wall. Next slide, please. So the Texas Talent Trajectory Dashboard, or T3 as we call it, was launched in spring of 2024 and is updated annually. The aim of the tool is to show the full educational pathway of Texas students starting in 8th grade. This analysis uses data from both the Texas Education Agency and the Coordinating Board to be able to track across K-12 and higher ed outcomes. Specifically, the dashboard starts with a cohort of 8th graders enrolled in Texas public schools and tracks their progress through high school graduation, post-secondary enrollment, and post-secondary completion. It's designed to help answer very practical questions about student pathways that could be helpful to practitioners and policymakers. For example, how many students who start 8th grade in Texas public schools ultimately graduate from a Texas public school? Of these high school graduates, how many enrolled in college and where do they enroll? Next slide, please. So for the T3 analysis, we track students over 11 years. This includes the last year of middle school, 4 years of high school, and 6 years of higher education. The dashboard shows information for the 3 most recent 8th grade cohorts we have data for. This graphic provides an example of the 2012 eighth grade cohort and what years we are looking for key educational transitions, including high school graduation and higher ed enrollment completion. The timeline is built around what we think of as a standard time frame for educational transitions, so allowing 4 years for high school graduation and 6 years for higher ed enrollment and completion. But as we know in the data and in life, these transitions don't always happen exactly on time. And so as you can see in the graphic, we do allow for differing years of completion to make sure we're getting as much information as possible. Next slide, please. So when we only look at statewide trends though, it can mask important local variation. And the whole goal of T3 is that it can be used in a more targeted way by practitioners and policymakers in their specific context. So one of the key strengths of this dashboard is the ability to disaggregate these student pathways by place and student characteristic. T3 allows the user to filter by Texas regions and down to counties, school district, and even campus. No, we're using the Educational Service Center, the ESC regions, instead of higher ed regions, because in this cohort, we're starting with students in K-12. The tool also allows users to filter by selected student characteristics, such as economic status, ethnicity, and gender. Next slide, please. Let's look at the dashboard. So I'll give a quick snapshot and overview of what it looks like when you go to the site. So the dashboard was revised in December. As I said, we update it annually with when we get new data. So in this update, we added a more recent eighth grade cohort, which includes 8th graders in 2014 tracked through 2024. So that's the new cohort we added. And also in this update, we were able to add additional information about out-of-state post-secondary enrollment and completion. So now we're able to consider the full post-secondary pipeline for students even if they choose to go out of state for college. So this slide shows the first tab of the dashboard, that's the overview of student pathways. Across the top are the attributes a user can filter by, so the information is relevant to their context. In this snapshot, you can see we've selected 2014 8th grade cohort, which is followed through 2024. And we've picked statewide as a level of analysis, which includes all counties, districts, and campuses. Below the filters are the top level numbers showing key transitions in the pipeline, high school graduation, college enrollment, and credential completion. And the visualizations are also meant to guide the user through these transitions. So the horizontal bar chart shows how the cohort of students goes through each grade. I want to note though, the attrition we see might be partially because of dropouts, but also if a student after 8th grade transferred to a private school, became homeschooled or moved out of state, we would also lose them from our cohort. So then the pie chart shows more detailed information about college enrollment, whether students went to a 2-year, 4-year, in-state or out-of-state. And then finally, the bar chart on the right shows educational attainment by gender and race ethnicity. Next slide, please. So the second tab we show in the dashboard allows for a year-to-year comparison across the cohorts. In the slide here, we see information on the educational transitions for each cohort, statewide, across all districts and campuses. This specifically shows information for in-state college going, so if you see at the top right, there's buttons you can toggle between, so you can also see the same information for students who went out of state for college. In the table and visualizations, we can see data for each of the 3 8th grade cohorts that are in the dashboard. As a reminder, the cohort year is the year the student was in 8th grade, so the last year of data we're actually looking at is 2022, 2023, and 2024. So if we look at, as an example, if we look at the column for percent first enrolled in Texas 2-year, we can see across the cohorts, the percentage first enrolling in a 2-year has gone down slightly from cohort to cohort. But then if we look at percent first enrolled in Texas 4-year, that has remained the same, about the same across the 3 cohorts. But this is an area where we can really start to see some trends that we want to then go a little more in depth into. So finally, the third tab focuses specifically on post-secondary outcomes for students that graduated from high school. Having the information visualized in this way in a Sankey diagram allows us to better identify leaks, as the commissioners mentioned before, leaks in the pipeline from high school grad to college completion. At the top are the filters, again, and again, we've selected all students statewide. Something different about this specific analysis, I'll note, is that the three cohorts are combined. So that's why the top level numbers are so much higher than the prior tabs. We do this to retain as much information as possible so users can really drill down into specific areas without the results having to be masked because of small cells. You can't see in the slide, but I wanted to mention in the actual dashboard, the user can hover over any part of the visualization and it'll pop up the exact number that it represents. So for example, if you went to that purple node all the way on the right for Texas bachelors, you would see a pop-up that said there were exactly 196,435 bachelor's degrees earned in Texas across the three cohorts. So now that we've added the most recent year of data, we recalculate our statewide trends. And what we're seeing is that of those that completed high school, which is the dark blue node on the left, 67% went on to enroll in any post-secondary education. And then we break that out even further to show that 62% of the high school grads enrolled in a Texas institution, 5% went to an out-of-state college. Then among those students who enrolled in college, 48% ultimately earned a credential within these 6 years. So now that we've gone through the overview of T3, I'll pass the baton to Leila Santillan to talk about how she's using this information in her context.
Dr. Humphries, before they do that, just to clarify, this information is available online to everyone. And everyone can look by their educational district, in their region, by the state, play around with the tool. What is that website? Where can we access that?
It's on DataBridge, and I don't know the exact address,
Well,
but
we can
you
find
can
it by
get to it
searching
very easily from
For
our
this.
front page, yes.
I've been told, yeah,
Put in like T3 or something.
T3.
Yes.
THECB and T3, and that visualization pops up. It's databridge.highered.texas.gov.
But then within that you can continue, but yeah.
I think this visualization in particular is very helpful and powerful.
And just so you know, this, I showed the example here where you can drill down by 8th grade campus, so this shows middle school campuses, but there's also another tab where you can drill down to the high school where the student graduated from. So whatever your question is, we
And we only pick up the kids who are enrolled in public 8th grade in this data.
Yeah, Dr. Humphries, I have a quick question. If we're able to track the students that go to the institution out of state, but you said we're not tracking the kids that move out of during high school. Why can we not do that?
we don't have access to that data like we do for
The reason we have, the reason we have the out of state higher ed enrollment is because Clearinghouse catches that data. But when students move out of state, we don't catch where they move to, what high school they go to, et cetera.
There's a big drop. Going from 380
It is.
to 80, yeah. So it'd be nice to know, I mean, do
Yeah.
they move or are they just not choosing to go? I think that's a big question. Are they moving or are they choosing not to go to college? Or you
I do think TEA has a little more detail about leavers, and that's something we're happy to talk to them about to see if we can get a little more context to that.
Alright, thank you, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you today to share how we've been utilizing T3, the Texas Talent Trajectory data that you all just heard about to further our work in Fort Worth. As Assistant Commissioner Humphrey shared, my name is Leila Santillan. I have the pleasure of serving as Chief Operating Officer at Fort Worth Education Partnership. We're a grant-making nonprofit in Fort Worth that's all about investing in, supporting, and coordinating opportunities to increase access to high-quality educational opportunities for kids in Fort Worth. So thank you for us getting the opportunity to be here to share more about our work. Next slide, please. Before I get into our latest report, which you all have a copy of in front of you, our Beyond High School report utilizing that T3 data, I want to just kind of set the scene for a moment. In 2021, we started releasing our first what is now an annual report detailing how the 160,000 students in Fort Worth's 12 ISDs and 13 charter networks are performing academically, so that our city leaders and community members could better understand our education outcomes for the city as a whole. Unfortunately, the headline of that was that our city is facing an educational crisis that has potentially devastating effects for the lives of each of our kids and for the long-term health and well-being of our community and our economic systems in Fort Worth. As you can see in the snapshot from our 2022 report, only about 1 in 3 kids in Fort Worth is performing at grade level. Approximately 30% of students are meeting grade level standards in math, 46% in reading. Next slide, please. During that last 5-year period where we've been doing this report release, we've had significantly increasing awareness in our community about the educational challenges that we're facing. And we're starting to see our city leaders and community members stepping up to see what part of this issue that they can take on. From our city introducing dyslexia screening during their summer city summer camps, to over 80 community organizations signing on to the Go Beyond Grades campaign to share information with parents, to help parents get a realistic picture of their child's performance. Fort Worth is beginning to wake up to the reality of our academic performance. One of the challenges that we face in sharing this data publicly is a question about what is the relevance of K-12 outcome data for the future of our city. You know, we utilize information from the Texas Education Agency to put this report together. And it's been challenging to kind of tell that story. What is the long-term life impact of these outcomes? Next slide, please. And so as we were facing that challenge, one of our long-term supporters and partners, Secretary Pete Guerin, President of the Sid Richardson Foundation, had a conversation with Commissioner Rosser and learned about the Texas Talent Trajectory tool. And we were incredibly excited to get in there and see that this data could allow us to gain additional perspective on how our Fort Worth kids that were in public schools in 8th grade were faring on incredibly important degree attainment outcomes that really have high stakes for their future and the ability to earn a living wage. So utilizing data from the T3 tool, for the first time this past fall, we released the high school and beyond report, which tracks that life outcomes of Fort Worth students. Next slide, please. So just to share kind of what this looks like, and you have this in your report, as Commissioner Humphrey shared, the ability to drill down at the individual school level allows us to look at individual middle school campuses and high school campuses that are located in the Fort Worth area, being able to combine that story for the city as a whole, but also segment each of our city council districts to understand differential outcomes across the city. So you can see, you know, unfortunately in some of our city council districts, there's less than 10% of students from our Fort Worth public middle schools that go on to earn an associate's degree or bachelor's degree within 6 years of graduation. Next slide, please. So if you'll indulge me for a second to tell the story of Fort Worth in a similar way that we do in our community, I want to briefly take you through the data that's included in that report in the same way that we do in our report. And before I do that, I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Rosser, Deputy Commissioner Troutman, and Assistant Commissioner Humphreys and their teams. Not only did we utilize the publicly available data on the tool, their team worked with us when we wanted to get individual high school data to be able to do that through public information requests. So thank you all for making that possible. So to start out, there were 30,000 students essentially that attended 8th grade public middle schools in the city of Fort Worth from 2011 to 2013. So we're looking across 3 cohort years, about 10,000 students per cohort. Next slide, please. And so we kind of think about this as if we thought about a bus full of 30 students. There's 30 students on that bus that are in 8th grade. This is our future workforce. This is our future of our community. You know, they each have a hope of what they want to go on to do after their K-12 endeavors. Next slide, please. And so the first stop along that is graduation from high school. And so as you can see on that first milestone, about 78% of our students that attended 8th grade public middle schools in the city of Fort Worth went on to graduate from high school. So by that first stop, we've lost about 22%, 1 in every 5 our students. Certainly potentially a small subset that maybe went to a private high school, moved out of state, but also, I imagine the number of students that didn't progress to that first milestone as well. Next slide, please. And so thinking about our bus of 30 students, we are now down to 24, reaching that milestone of getting their cap and gown at graduation. Next slide. So the next milestone for our students, enrolling in a Texas higher education institution or higher education in general. So we saw of that original cohort of 30,000 students, 45% went on to enroll in a Texas higher education institution, 9% enrolled out of state, and 24% did not enroll in higher education. So as you all can see, and part of what Assistant Commissioner Humphreys shared, being able to look at each of these points allows us to start to think differently as a community or about what are the things that we can do to be supportive of students along the way. One thing I just want to call out, similar to the data that Dr. Humphreys shared on the statewide, we were really surprised when we looked and saw of our students that are graduating high school, 58% pursued higher education. That was, I think, higher than we expected, and for us, I think a really encouraging thing that our students see the value in pursuing higher education. They understand the differential earning outcomes that can have for their potential future, and so we're encouraged about the ambition that our students have to pursue higher education. Next slide, please. Just to show kind of where our students look to start, many of our students start by enrolling in a 2-year college. So 8,000 of that original cohort enrolled in a 2-year college. About 60% of students that pursue higher education in Texas start at a 2-year college for our Fort Worth students. A little over 5,000 go on to enroll in a 4-year college. Next slide, please. So thinking about our 30 students on the bus, we're down to 13 that stay on the bus for college in Texas. 8 decide to start at a community college, and 5 start at a 4-year university. We also have those 3 that headed out of state, which we now have access to, also understand the outcomes of that, which is wonderful to be able to do as well. Next slide, please. And so ultimately, we want to know what's the outcome for our students. So for our students that attended a public middle school in the city of Fort Worth, 5% went on to earn an associate's degree and 14% went on to earn a bachelor's degree from a higher education institution in Texas. So 19% essentially went on to attain those credentials. Next slide, please. And so as we look at that final stop, essentially, we end up having 2 of our original 30 get their associate's degree and 4 get their bachelor's degree. So a 6th of the initial cohort of 30 rode all the way to associate's or bachelor's degree in Texas. Next slide, please. If we think of that original cohort, essentially 21 empty seats of the original 30 got off somewhere along that way, or along that route. And knowing this allows us as a community to be able to talk about it and say, what can we do all together? There's a portion that each of us can do to make sure that number continues to increase. Next slide, please. And ultimately, we believe this is incredibly important because without a post-secondary post-high school credential, most of our Fort Worth students are not on a path to reach a living wage. We know the outsized impact of a credential on access to a living wage. Next slide. And so I just wanted to share for you, thanks to the work of this tool, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, we in Fort Worth are able to continue to tell the story of exactly how our students are doing to build a more informed public. I'm pleased to share that this was actually our widest circulated report. It reached a number of different countries. I think it was up to 40 states. And as you can see, some of the media coverage on our local news, local reporting in Fort Worth. No longer in Fort Worth do we need to ask ourselves how kids are doing, if how kids are doing in K-12 impacts their life outcomes. We know it is. We can start to connect these data points along the way to understand a more full story. And if we can understand that full story, then we can more fully understand how we can change it. So more students in our community can get access to these degrees that are so important for the future of the Fort Worth workforce and our economy is stronger. So thank you all for your work. Thank you to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and happy to answer any questions. Next slide.
Thank you so much for this presentation and for your work. I wish all of our cities had someone making apparent to them what the data is showing as far as outcomes and student progression in their education. Members, does anyone have any questions?
No question, but I just think this, I think the numbers are not great, but it's the fact that we know that now, and to me, transparency creates urgency. So I think the question to us is how can we make sure that we make this more available to all the cities so Fort Worth is not one of, what can we do to make sure that this data is available? Because if it's just on the website, that's not gonna do us any good. It needs to be in more labels throughout Texas.
So thank you for providing a model for that. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and just the bus analogy is powerful, so I think it brings it home to what it really means. 21 empty seats is a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both very much. Agenda item 8 is an update on the Texas Higher Education Foundation. Mr. Neil Adams, Chair of the Texas Higher Education Foundation, and Ms. Melissa Henderson, Executive Director of the Texas Higher Education Foundation, will present this item and be available for questions. Mr. Adams and Ms. Henderson.
Good morning. Good morning. Chair Stacy Hawk, members of the committee, reporting board. I'm Neil Adams. As of 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I'm the immediate past chair of the Texas Higher Education Foundation. And having spent 17 years on that board, I will continue to serve on the board as long as they allow me to do that. Fred Heldenfels will be the new chair of the Texas Higher Education Foundation. Melissa and I are here today to give you an annual update report. Been able to do this in the past. This will be the last time I have a chance to do it. I will tell you that I think you'll find our report really incredibly outstanding. And that's due to a lot of the work that began really, I think when you look at the numbers we're going to show you, it began when Harrison Keller was hired as commissioner and fortunately brought Melissa along with him. And then Dr. Rosser being hired as the current commissioner. And his ties to philanthropic organizations and how that has opened doors to allow us to raise the resources to support some of the things that you just heard from these presenters. And so Melissa and I are going to show you some slides and we'll walk through that. Let me give you a little history. In 2001, I was blessed to be appointed to the coordinating board by Governor Rick Perry. And in that year, the chair of the coordinating board was Pam Williford. Pam is from Austin, Texas. And it was her vision that created the foundation, which back then was the College for All Texans Foundation. We later changed that name to the Texas Higher Education Foundation. But it was her vision that the agency would have an outside foundation that would attract philanthropic money to support developing aggregated data that you've seen this morning as a result of that work. But for that, if you don't know where you are, you can't tell where you're going. And I think that's the important thing this data is showing us, that we're here. So what are we gonna do about it now that we know what that aggregated data looks like with public ed, higher ed, and workforce. And so when we walk through this, Melissa will be making some comments here, but if you look at this slide, Melissa, you may want to walk through this more. It outlines in broad terms what these resources are being used.
Sure, thank you, Neil. Good morning, Chair and board members. Melissa Henderson, I serve as Chief of Staff for Commissioner Rosser here at the agency, as well as Executive Director for the Texas Higher Education Foundation. As Neil mentioned, the mission of the foundation is to strategically support key agency priorities and to bring together the best of what private philanthropic resources can do to help augment public resources and accelerate and catalyze the strategic priorities and goals of the agency. We do this again by catalyzing philanthropic funding to optimize the outcomes of public dollars entrusted to the coordinating board. Next slide.
One thing I would mention, for these dollars is, what it had, when we formed the foundation in 2001, who were the board, how they selected. 51% of the board of the foundation is appointed by the chair of the coordinating board. The other 49% is selected by the board itself. And so we have strong ties and relationships with this coordinating. And the reason we exist is support initiatives that the commissioner and his staff deem appropriate to really make a difference in higher ed in Texas. As you can see, we've raised $44 million in our existence. And over the last six years, 23 million of that. That's again, that goes back to Harrison Keller and the staff, their leadership. There is no state agency in America that has this kind of financial support. And it's, I think Pam and those of us that were part of creating this foundation, we believe that it would be eventually effective. I don't think any of us in our wildest dreams would have thought that it would be as successful as it has been and will continue to be. We have other states looking at us, and so we're an example of when you have resources, what you can do to make a difference in young men's and young ladies' lives. That's what we're all about, is giving them opportunities for life. Unless you don't want to put some of those.
Sure, and we just underscore, I mean, as you can see here, reflective of, supporting the strategic priority of the agency, as Neil said, the foundation exists as the official nonprofit partner to the agency, as the supporting organization to the agency to help provide additional resources where those are most useful to accelerate momentum toward a variety of priorities for the agency. Next slide. And again, this is our active grant portfolio, managing approximately $8 million, which is our largest portfolio to date. This provides a snapshot of initiatives that are being supported and catalyzed through private funding. Many of these grants are complex and require in-depth cross-agency collaboration across multiple teams, as well as external partnerships to turn this vision into reality.
And I think one thing we talked about yesterday in our board meeting is the credibility now that this foundation has, and the credibility is commissioners and staff that work with these various foundations that look to Texas and see what we're doing with these resources. We truly, those funds are being invested in meaningful information that helps people make informed decisions about the future of the young men and women of the state. And so that credibility, that $8 million didn't just show up. It shows up because they realize it's a good investment in this foundation and hopefully in the court.
Next slide. So just a different way of looking at that active grant portfolio across areas within the agency, including some of the things that again you heard about this morning. So a significant portion of that is supporting work on data modernization, data tools, and literacy, and again helping augment the great work that is going on across the agency. Next slide. So you can see just a few examples of that here. As Neil mentioned, significant resources through the foundation have been able to have the opportunity to support data modernization work across our various platforms, including DataBridge, which we just heard about the great use of in communities across the state, particularly in Fort Worth, as well as My Texas Future, and I think highlights the opportunity for philanthropic resources to help bring to visibility and awareness and scale tools that are then scaled through public policy opportunities.
Those tools, those funds go to hire consultants who are experts in various fields, of being able to aggregate data. In this case, it's K through 12 and higher ed data and workforce. That's something that up until maybe 3 sessions ago, there was policymakers, beginning with the governor, really began to put an emphasis to break those 3 silos down and begin to say, hey, there's data that really needs to be aggregated and to be meaningful so that parents can make informed decisions about what that 8th grade child's gonna do in terms of how they're going to, what sources they're gonna use to make a difference in education. But the flip side of that data is it's now showing universities, every degree program that you have, how much debt does it lead to? What kind of meaningful job does it lead to? And now universities are gonna be able to make informed decisions about whether or not those degree programs continue to have a life. And I think that's really important in terms of getting the biggest bang out of our buck for kids. We got degree programs and they're not meaningful degrees and all they do is lead to debt. And we're doing a real disservice to the kids in this state.
Next slide. Just to highlight a couple more examples, so as you all know, we have great policy opportunities this interim to convene under the leadership of Deputy Commissioner David Troutman and Deputy Commissioner Sarah Keaton, 2 advisory committees, one that is focused on performance-based funding, one that is focused on general education. So through the foundation, we've been able to secure resources to support that work on very ambitious timelines, so that we are able to accomplish the goals associated with that as well. Commissioner, do you wanna add?
Just to highlight the T3 tool that we just looked at, sits on DataBridge, our public facing data visualization platform. That is the result of years of work in our data modernization efforts, much of which has been supported by philanthropic partners through the Texas Higher Education Foundation. So that's an example of something where we've sustained work over time that leads to what you were able to see today, right on the point that Mr. Adams made earlier about having actual data, same as Mr. Tavares pointed out. The second example here with these 2 really significant policy opportunities to reform our core curriculum, to propose a model for performance-based funding for Texas universities. These are significant policy opportunities, a significant amount of work, a very ambitious timeline, essentially a year. And with an agency with constrained resources, the philanthropic supported not just one organization, multiple philanthropic private foundations coming together to support this work. We are able to bring in the project management expertise, the subject matter expertise to deliver something that, again, will give us an opportunity to take advantage of public policy, working alongside private dollars, public dollars. So it's the strength of the foundation. It's a difference maker for us as we think about how we bring just-in-time resources alongside agency staff. So Deputy Commissioner Keaton is leading the performance-based work, Deputy Commissioner Troutman is leading the general education work. They're the architects of what we're doing, but they're supported by the staff they need through outside contracts to execute at a high level. Again, continue pushing Texas policy forward. And we're able to attract financial resources because the foundations that are supporting this work see their work in our work. And we're aligned with outcomes and overall objectives. And in Texas, because of the scale, because of our decades of investment in college success, college completion, they know we have a track record of delivery.
So we, as Chair Adams and Commissioner Rosser said, are grateful for the opportunity to continue supporting the great work of the agency. Madam Chair, we have to answer any questions.
I think one thing, I spent 7 years on the school board and then represented school superintendents for 25 years in higher ed at this particular level. Texas is beginning to lead, as it should, that higher ed has got to adapt to what's happened, the needs of the workforce. We look at this state and we look at who's moving into this state and the needs for those employers. Higher ed's got to be flexible and work with. And I was at the EDGE event, which is the annual sponsored by the foundation and the coordinating board, bring folks from all over the country. And one of their most impressive presentations was a panel, a gentleman from Austin College and the University of the State, give the University of Texas credit. Austin College, a representative from the University of Texas, and a semiconductor manager. And how those three organizations have adapted together to meet that manufacturer's needs, but most importantly, attracting young people and giving them an opportunity otherwise they wouldn't have. I think higher ed as a whole, if I had a challenge to the coordinating board as a former member, I think, and the commissioner, I think that's gonna be the real emphasis over the next several years, if we're gonna really be effective in terms of our resources we're spending in higher education. I've been blessed to be a part of this, and Daryl and Colt, I sat in that seat 25 years ago, and congratulations on your appointment. One of the major blessings of my life was to be able to get involved in higher ed, and you can't do that unless you volunteer your time to get involved in one of these agencies. So I commend you for, and everyone on this board, for contributing your time to make a difference. Be happy to answer your questions about the foundation.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions?
No, just a statement on behalf of this board and the Foundation Board. We want to thank you for all your dedicated many years of service, and just remind you that although you're the immediate past chair, you're still on the board of the foundation, so there's never a clean getaway, so.
I gotta keep Mr. Helen though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you. Members, we will now move to agenda item 11D1, discussion and possible action to hire and set the compensation of the board's internal auditor. This discussion will be heard in executive session. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personnel matters of the board will meet in executive session to discuss this item. No other business of the board will be discussed, and no final action will be taken in closed session. It is now 10:33 a.m. We are gonna move to room 20, and we will convene in executive session. Board members, we will now move to room number 206 for the closed meeting. Thank you. We'll take like a 5-minute break here and we'll stop the restroom or whatever to get there. now 11:12 a.m. The executive session has concluded. No action was taken during executive session. Members, do I have a motion to approve the hire and set the compensation of the board's internal auditor?
Yes, ma'am, I move that the board appoint our sole finalist as the board's assistant internal commissioner of audit and delegate the chair and the commissioner roster the authority to negotiate the salary and terms of her position as internal auditors. So make that as a motion.
Members, do I have a motion by Mr. Wilson, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, members say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, now agenda item 9 is academic affairs. Agenda item 9A is an update on program approvals. Elizabeth Mayer, Assistant Commissioner for Academic and Health Affairs, will present this item and be available for questions. This item is for information only. Ms. Mayer.
Good morning, Chair Hawk and board members, nice to see you all. So as I do every quarterly board meeting, I'm gonna provide you an update on recently approved academic and workforce requests. And so I will also be sharing our pending requests. Next slide. So these are gonna be the requests that were completed and are pending as of October 1st through January the 10th. Okay. Oh, I don't know why the numbers are not showing. I hope you guys have the PowerPoint presentation. I don't know why they're not showing. Yeah, I don't know.
The numbers show.
Oh, okay. All right, so there have been 298 requests total that have been completed since October the 1st. So you'll notice here there have been 58 new academic certificates and 58 new degree program requests that have been completed. In terms of the other significant number of requests, there also have been semester credit hour requests. So these are when a program either wants to increase or reduce the number of semester credit hours. So that's at 31. And then the administrative requests, and so these typically are the creation or changes to administrative units, such as the departments or the colleges. Institutions notify us of when these changes occur to ensure that the program inventory is continually kept up to date. In addition, you can see there on the grade table, the completed degrees by content area. So there's 58 total degree programs that have been approved, with the most having been in the health professions, computer and information sciences, and business. Next slide. All right, so in addition, we pull out the individual degree programs, so you can see the types of degrees that are being approved as well. So there's a couple here that are somewhat unique. So one is the ABA, which is the Associate of Business Administration, the BAAS, which is the Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences, the BARCH, which is a Bachelor of Architecture, the MPAS, which is a Master of Physician Assistant Studies, and then the MSBDP, which is a Master of Science in Educational Psychology. So you can see there the various types of degree programs that have been approved of the 58. Next slide. Okay, and then here are the academic and workforce and the pending requests. So in your board material, we have provided a full list of the pending items, which is actually requested by the board. So if you look through their board materials, there's a table that kind of goes through each of the pieces. So in that first column, you will see there's the institution. That second column is the proposed, so these are the degree designation and the discipline. That third column is a summary, and that is going to provide you with the degree designation, the discipline, the classification of instructional program code, the date that the program proposal was received, the request type, in terms of whether it's a doctoral degree or potentially a revision or a greater than 50% new content or less than 50% new content. And then that last column is the approval type needed. So depending on the type of degree that, or the type of request, it will either be a board approval request, an assistant commissioner request, or a commissioner request. So depending on that request, it will go to the appropriate person or entity to the board for review and approval. Next slide. And then in terms of the degree quests, we wanted to give you a sense of kind of what's in the queue for us. So you can see the breakdown there. We have about 18 associate's degrees that are in the queue right now, 10 bachelor's degrees, 9 master's degrees, professional practice doctorates, there's 2. One of them is a DNP in nursing leadership and administration, and then the other is a DPT in physical therapy. And then of the 21 doctoral programs, you're actually gonna be hearing about 6 of those today. So those are gonna be those research doctoral programs. Next slide, please. Okay, the next are the private post-secondary institutions requests. So the private post-secondary educational institutions, so these are institutions which are not an institution of higher education that are identified in the Texas Education Code 61.003, is incorporated under the laws of the state, maintains a place of business in this state, has an agent or representative presence in this state, or solicits business in this state. And then lastly, furnishes or offers to furnish courses of instruction in person, by electronic media, or by correspondence leading to a degree, or providing credits alleged to be applied to a degree. Next slide, or you're good, sorry. So here's kind of the breakdown of all of those different types of requests. So you have the annual compliance report letter. So this has, we have completed 39 of those, and those are in response to institutions regarding required compliance reporting for private post-secondary institutions. And I think the next highest there is the religious non-oversight requests. And these are notice to private post-secondary institutions regarding an exemption for some state requirements due to educational offerings limited only to religious instruction or education. And then the other kind of big bucket is the SARA applications and renewals. So we are a part of the State Authorization Reciprocity Agreement, also known as SARA. So an agreement among its state members, districts, and U.S. territories that establishes comparable national standards for interstate offering of post-secondary distance education courses and programs. So we review those and process them. Next slide, that's awesome. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
So at the last meeting, we kind of talked about fall 2025 and then those trends. So looking at those trends, maybe the academic and workforce has kind of aligned with the trends of students who enroll in activities.
Yes, I think so, yes, for sure.
Good question. That's a lot in the last quarter.
Yes, it is. We are processing a lot.
Do you have a number on the total different credentials or programs available in Texas? Curious.
I do not know that offhand. We can for sure get that. I'm gonna look at David Troutman because he's the data person and see if he knows it off the, I don't know.
We didn't expect you to know off the top.
Yeah, I don't.
It'd be curious to know if we have about 60 more coming online every quarter. I imagine we already have quite a few, so.
Yes, and there's, somewhat of a variation. I think at the October board meeting, I just had 1 doctoral program. This time I have, there's 6. And so some of that is dependent on the SACS requirements when they wanna start. So it kind of makes sense if you wanna start next fall, to submit. We have a year to review and do the approval, otherwise it's automatically approved for the statute. So, I think it just depends on the time of year. We tend to have potentially more, just depending on when they wanna start.
And how long does the process typically take when someone submits?
So for a doctoral program, it's a pretty significant process. So they submit the proposal, which has already gone through their internal institutional required process as well as the system. And then by the time we get it, we go through an administrative review to make sure it's complete. And after that, if everything looks good, our team will start reviewing it, and then we actually go through a desk review process. So we have one desk reviewer from out of state who does a review to say, does this look okay? Do your faculty and resources and curriculum seem appropriate? And they're from the discipline and expert in that particular program that they want to start. And then after that, if the desk review looks okay, then we go on to a site visit. And we typically have 3 external out-of-state site visitors who are from a top 10 program in the country. And then they go through that site visit. The site reviewers submit a report, and then the institution has an opportunity to respond to any concerns that relates to the site visit. So and there's contracting involved, for the desk reviewer and the site reviewers.
Is it a simpler process for a new bachelor's degree or associate's degree?
So it depends. So this doesn't typically, this lengthy process doesn't typically happen with a doctoral or a bachelor's program, because typically those can be they're less resource intensive. Sometimes an institution may just be pivoting existing courses to start a new bachelor's program. So the way that it's currently structured, if it's less than 50% new content, then we do a straightforward review, and that's approved by the assistant commissioner. If it's greater than 50% new content, then that goes to the commissioner. And then if it's a new bachelor's program at a community college or any kind of new doctoral program, that comes to the board.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? All right, agenda item 9B is update on the Texas Transfer Initiatives. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available for questions. This item is for information only. Ms. Mayer.
Okay, so in addition to the program approval, I also provide an update on our transfer initiatives. So I'll give you a sense of kind of where we are on transfer with the agency. Next slide, please. Okay, so I presented this slide during the last October board meeting along with a full report on transfer, but I think it's helpful in kind of grounding the discussion. So this is this graph is, or the data is showing a cohort of university non-transfer students and then community college transfer students that are classified as juniors, which is tracked for a specific period. So this data represents the percentage of students graduating in 4 years after achieving junior status from the fall of 2020 through 2024. So statewide, the completion rate for non-transfer students in this cohort was 84.7%, so roughly 85%. And then the completion rate for transfer students classified as juniors in the cohort was 66.2%. So you can see here, this represents a 19 percentage point difference between students who start at a university and those who end up transferring from a community college. So this really shows kind of the lack of completion of many transfer students in the state. So as I mentioned, this data as well as other data is available in the Community College Transfer Student Report, which we can provide, but was presented at the last board meeting. Next slide. Okay, so there's a 19 percentage point difference, and so the idea is what are we doing to kind of address some of this? So one of the ways that we're working on this is through the Texas Direct Associate's degree, which was actually passed as part of HB 8 during the 2023 legislative session. So this is really intended to provide clear pathways to students and also have them achieve a credential. So there are two pieces to this. So the first piece is the field of study. So those are really those discipline-specific courses that students take. I will note that the field of study rules were actually revised in 2021 and created a new framework. The field of study hadn't been widely utilized, and so we're trying to make sure that those are utilized so students can transfer and know what courses they need to take. So that's the first piece, is discipline-specific field of study curriculum. The second piece is the core curriculum. So the core currently for institutions is typically 42 semester credit hours. However, there are some fields of study that are larger and there needs to be more space, like biology. There's too many lower division courses that are required, so they need more space in the field of study, which the regular framework only allows 18 hours for. So this gives you 30 hours of the core curriculum and then 30 hours of field of study. So you make sure that you're maximizing the number of discipline-specific lower division courses that the students take. So that's kind of, the structure is the field of study and the core curriculum. But I do want to note that depending on any revisions or anything from the General Education Advisory Committee work, some of that might change, and any possible legislative changes. So as of right now, it is 42 hours, but that could change. Next slide. Oh. You got your number, Ms. Hall? For this, I'll finish this, but I have your numbers for you. So for Texas Direct, so what are we trying to accomplish here? We're really trying to streamline pathways to success. So Texas Direct, as I mentioned, was established as part of HB8 in 2023. This is an opportunity to reduce time and money on excess credit hours, so students now will know what they need to take for their pathway. This is also intended to ensure that credits earned by the students transfer and are applicable upon transfer to the four-year institution. I think for a long time, there's been the discussion of like, yes, the credits transferred, but were they applicable? And that's really been the challenge, and that's how we get to that excess semester credit hour issue. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, the fields of study were revised, the rules were revised in March of 2021 after going through a significant stakeholder work group. And after those were established in rule, we have gone through and revised all of these fields of study. So we now have 13 fully approved fields of study that have been gone through the process. So I do wanna note, this is an extensive process to get these through. So we do the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee we provide them data about the number of transfer students in various disciplines, and then they select which disciplines we're gonna pursue for a field of study. So after they determine we want to establish a subcommittee, we do a nominations process with faculty from our 2 and 4 year partners. They come together and then they have a 2-day discussion, rigorous discussion, about what lower division courses students are gonna need in order to be successful in upper division coursework. After that step, it then goes back to the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee, it will go back to the Texas Transfer Advisory Committee for review and approval. After that step, it then goes out for a 30-day public comment period. Part of that is if for some reason someone was not selected to be on the committee, it gives them an opportunity for public comment and they can provide those comments. After the comments are received, if there's no issues, then we collect a third part of the field of study, which is those direct electives, and then after that, it goes to the commissioner for final review and approval. And so it's a very rigorous process that each one of these has gone through. So you can see the 13 there that have been approved. Biology and English, we are working on collecting those direct electives from the universities. The history and computer information sciences, we finished in the fall and were approved by TTAC and are out for public comment. And then we anticipate to have engineering, architecture, and music completed in the spring. And so I also want to note that so far of all of these that have already convened, we've had 437 faculty who have participated in these field of study meetings. So I want to thank all of the faculty and their institutions because, as I said, it is 2 days away from your institution to participate in these thoughtful discussions. So, and I think that is my last slide. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Hearing none, we'll move to the next item. Agenda item 9C is proposed degree programs. Agenda item 9C1 is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new Doctor of Business Administration in Energy Management degree program at Lamar University. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Joby John, of Business Dean, and Dr. Brett Welch, Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs are also available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Lamar University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Business Administration or a DBA degree program in energy management that would begin in the summer of 2026 and in a hybrid format from Beaumont. The proposed degree program is 54 semester credit hours. Lamar plans to seek accreditation from the Association to Advanced Collegiate Schools of Business. The DBA would foster leadership skills specifically tailored to the demands of the energy sector. Graduates of the proposed program would be prepared to serve in leadership roles in energy companies, government agencies, and consulting firms. Labor market trends show demand for advanced expertise in business management. Statewide employment is projected to grow by 16% between 2023 and 2032. Lamar has experienced significant growth in its key graduate business and engineering programs that would serve as feeder programs to the proposed DBA. The proposed program would begin with 16 faculty, with the institution dedicating 3.62 full-time equivalents to the proposal. 2 additional headcount faculty are planned to be hired in each of the first and second years of the program. The commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board and Commissioner Rosser. I'm here with my provost. He's gonna take the tough questions. I'll take the easy ones. I'll give you a quick overview, and I'll just make 3 points. Why this program, who it's for, and what exactly is it? So this program is on the energy management, DBA business, energy management. Why energy? I think if you've been under a stone, you probably didn't know that Texas is one of the largest locations for data centers in the US. And just the energy projected from the consumption of running those computer servers and the cooling systems is gonna be about the same as the annual consumption of energy for the entire state of Japan. We are in Beaumont, and I just discovered that this is the 125th anniversary of the first gusher at Spindletop. And we have 10 refineries in our neighborhood within a radius of 5 miles. 2 of those are the largest in North America. And if we don't have a DBA in energy management, shame on us. We have a very strong engineering program. Half the employees of all the engineers in those refineries are probably graduates of Lamar. The immediate past chairperson of our board is the chairman and president of BP, North America. We've got strong connections with ExxonMobil and Valero and Total, Motiva, the chief of human resources, and at least 3 of those firms are graduates of our college. So we've got strong partnerships with these companies. Who is it meant for? It's meant for the mid-career professional in the energy business. And for those who want to transfer to the energy sector. We do have a 54 credit hour program. It's low residency, and we are expecting that our first cohort will be about 10 students. We hope to grow the program to about a cohort of 20-25 with our current capacity of faculty. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request from Lamar University for a Doctor of Business Administration in Energy Management? Motion by Ms. Thomas, second?
Second.
By Mr. Anwar. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Very much, thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 9C2 is consideration of possible action to approve the request for a new Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership degree program at Sul Ross State University. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Kevin Babbitt, Dean of Education, and Dr. John Deckman, Director of the Doctor of Education and Educational Leadership Program, are also available for questions.
Sul Ross State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Education or an EDD degree program in Educational Leadership that would begin in the fall of 2026. The proposed program would be the institution's first doctoral program and offered online to the students in outline. The program will consist of 60 semester credit hours and can be completed within 3 years. The program's design is inspired by the Carnegie Project for the Educational Doctorate to deliver a high-quality, rigorous practitioner preparation for the unique needs of rural, multilinguistic, and borderland communities. Additionally, the program will prepare students for K-12 leadership with a specialty in superintendency certification. TWC projects above average growth over the next 10 years. The Texas Workforce Commission's report on Texas growth occupations shows education administrators are among the highest paid positions in the educational services sector. The institution has 4 faculty members to launch the new program, and a program director started on January the 1st. An additional 8 faculty will be hired within the first 5 years of the program. The commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
Good morning, Commissioner Rosser, Chair Hawk, and Board. Kevin Badgett, the Dean of the College of Education at Sul Ross State University and Sul Ross State University International. Thank you for the opportunity to share our excitement about our proposal for what would be our first institutional doctoral program. In 1917, the Sul Ross Normal College opened with a mission to prepare teachers. Our pursuit of doctoral programming focused on practical preparation for leaders in the K-12 setting is an intuitive new investment that reflects our continued commitment to serving our communities in the educator preparation space. And our appointment of a program leader in Dr. John Deckman, who brings 20 years of doctoral programming experience and rich statewide leadership, is a reflection of our commitment to quality. John.
I'm John Deckman, professor, program director of the Educational Doctorate at Sul Ross. We are seeking approval for the first doctoral program in educational leadership that's designed specifically for rural and borderland contexts. These are contexts that Sul Ross serves. Our region spans 30,000 square miles. We have 87 school districts, with the vast majority of our school districts serve less than 500 students. The average distance between superintendents in the region that we serve is 40 miles. Fewer than 3% of our regional superintendents hold doctoral degrees. There's a clear need for accessible, contextually relevant doctoral preparation in our area, and we're prepared to meet that need. To that extent, we have program distinctions. We have got a competitive tuition of just more than $24,000 for our program. We're trying to be accessible to the people that we serve. Our institution we've aligned ourselves with CPED so that our candidates will be able to service the communities in which they exist already. We're about solving problems and preparing people to solve problems in their communities and create partnerships in their communities to make life better for the people that we serve. We've already invested heavily into this program. We are grateful for being here, and we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request from Sul Ross State University for a Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership?
So moved.
Motion, second? Second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
folks.
Agenda item 9C3 is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new Bachelor of Applied Science in Early Childhood Education and Teaching degree program at Tarrant County College District. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Shurier Taylor Love, Divisional Dean of Health and Human and Public Service, and Dr. Daniel Lufkin, President of Tarrant County College District South Campus, are also available for questions.
Good morning, Chair Hawk, Commissioner Rosser, and members of the board. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
My
I'm gonna
apologies.
introduce.
We're
I know
ready.
you're just very eager, I get it. Yes, sir. Tarrant County College District is seeking approval to offer a Bachelor of Applied Science degree program in Early Childhood Education and Teaching that would begin in the fall of 2026. The proposed program would be offered in a hybrid format to students in Tarrant County. If approved, the proposed program would be the institution's first baccalaureate degree offering. As such, the program requires approval by the board, followed by a level change with the institutional creditor, the Southern Associations of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. The job market for early childhood and elementary educators in Texas reflects a sustained and growing demand per the Texas Workforce Commission and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The current supply of graduates does not meet the volume of annual openings, particularly in high-need regions. The proposed program addresses this gap by preparing qualified early childhood professionals and elementary educators through a specialized pathway that aligns with labor market needs, supports local school districts, and strengthens the educator workforce across Texas. Students who complete the BAS in Early Childhood Education and Teaching will be prepared to enter an educator preparation program to complete their Texas teacher certification. The institution currently employs 7 full-time faculty who will support the proposed BAS program. The college will hire an additional 4 faculty members by the 5th year of the program implementation. No additional staff are needed. The commissioner recommends the program for board approval. Dr. Lufkin.
Thank you. Indeed, we are excited about this as it is our first bachelor's degree. So, good morning, Chair Hawk, Commissioner Rosser, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Recognizing the critical role of early childhood development, the Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Early Childhood Education and Teaching that Tarrant County College is seeking approval This will prioritize the needs of young children in the development of early childhood professionals in Tarrant County. According to Lightcast, available positions in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex are projected to increase by 2,204 positions, or 17% by 2028. Additionally, the Metroplex anticipates 11% increase in the demand for certified elementary educators. The Bachelor's of Applied Science in Early Childhood Education and Teaching program will target students from two distinct groups. First, currently enrolled students in the Associate of Arts and Teaching degree program, and second, currently employed paraeducators or early childhood assistants in the field who hold certificates or other credentials but lack the degree to hold titles such as teacher, director, or other higher level positions. Upon graduation, trailblazers who complete the Bachelor of Applied Science in Early Childhood Education and Teaching will be well prepared to pursue careers as lead teachers, educational aides, or program specialists in early childhood centers and community-based programs. Furthermore, students who enroll in and complete the educator preparation program at Tarrant County College upon completion of the bachelor's degree will be equipped to become Texas certified teachers in EC6 core subject. Thank you for your time this morning and for your consideration and approval. Any questions?
Wonderful. Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request from Tarrant County College District for a Bachelor of Applied Science in Early Childhood Education and Teaching?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Plummer. Second by Ms. Thomas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. Agenda item 9C4 is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new Doctor of Philosophy in Community and Policy degree program at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Heather Trepal, Vice Provost of Graduate and Postdoctoral Studies and Dean of the Graduate School, and Dr. Emily Nicollet, PhD Program Director for Community and Policy and Associate Professor of Social Work, are also available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
The University of Texas at San Antonio is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in Community and Policy that would begin in the fall of 2026. The proposed program would be offered in person to students in San Antonio. This would be the first program in Community and Policy in Texas at any level, at any public or private institution. There are 4 comparable programs at Texas public institutions, but they're all in urban and regional planning. The Texas Workforce Commission projects a 19% increase in new jobs for social and community service managers from 2022 to 2032, with 1,117 expected job openings annually. For community and social service specialists, all other, the Workforce Commission projects an 18% increase to 2032, with 903 annual job openings. No new faculty or staff are projected to be hired. There are currently 46 existing faculty. The Commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
UT San Antonio's proposed PhD program in Community and Policy will prepare future scholars and leaders to address complex social challenges through rigorous research, community engagement, and policy innovation. This is a 3-year full-time program, and coursework includes advanced training in quantitative, qualitative, and mixed methods approaches, and core training in analytic techniques. It also includes a supervised practicum with community partners to ensure students gain hands-on experience that complements their academic work, and the program concludes with dissertation research. Admissions emphasizes a strong mentoring model between students and faculty. Decisions will be competitive based on applicants' research potential and mentor availability to ensure good alignment from the start. We anticipate funding 8 to 10 students for the first 3 years, and CAP students will have full access to UT San Antonio's extensive research infrastructure, study spaces, and institutional resources. What sets this program apart from others in Texas is its intentional integration of community-engaged research and policy development within a single doctoral framework. CAP brings together public health, criminology and criminal justice, sociology and demography, public administration and social work, creating a transdisciplinary approach. The first of its kind in Texas, the program is aligned with models at leading AAU institutions such as Vanderbilt and the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Finally, the program draws on existing faculty expertise, requiring no new hires. Across 5 disciplines, our core faculty have secured more than $33 million in funded research and produced more than 1,800 peer-reviewed publications, providing a strong foundation for doctoral training and mentorship. Thank you for your time and consideration. We are excited about the potential impact of this program for our students, our community, and the state of Texas.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioner, and board members. We're excited to have this opportunity to come before you today. The proposed PhD in Community and Policy strengthens UT San Antonio's expanding doctoral portfolio and reinforces our position as a Tier 1 research university. As Emily mentioned, it draws on the expertise of faculty across 5 departments and connects students with major research centers. Students are going to benefit from competitive funding packages, structured research and teaching opportunities, and strong community partnerships. The workforce need for graduates with advanced analytic skills has never been greater. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, fields such as data science, operations research, and health services management are projected to grow 22% to 35% nationally in the coming decade. Employment opportunities across the professions served by this program exceed 200,000 positions nationally and 15,000 in Texas, with 5-year growth projected at 12% nationally and 26% statewide, twice the national average. In San Antonio, graduates entering these fields earn an average salary of about $92,500. This program directly responds to that demand. It prepares students for careers in research, academia, government, and nonprofit and community sectors, roles that require the blend of methodological rigor, applied research experiences, and policy-engaged thinking that our CAP curriculum provides. Our recent integration enhances our ability to produce workforce-ready PhD graduates who are equipped with interdisciplinary training and real-world experience that translate directly into high-impact careers. This program fully aligns with UT San Antonio's strategic plan and our Classroom to Career initiative, reinforcing our commitment to student success and public impact. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Members, do I have any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request from the University of Texas at San Antonio for a Doctor of Philosophy in Community and Policy?
Motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Antelope and a second. Second, and Ms. Thomas. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations. Agenda item 9C5 is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership degree program at Texas A&M University, Central Texas. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Clifton Jones, Provost, Vice President of Academic and Student Affairs, and Dr. Morgan Lewing, Department Chair of Educational Leadership and Human Development, are also available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Texas A&M University Central Texas is seeking approval to offer a Doctorate of Education or EDD program in educational leadership that would begin in the fall of 2027 in hybrid format from CLEAN. The proposed 54-semester credit hour program will be the first doctorate at the institution. The program would promote advanced skills in research, methodology, leadership skills, organizational change, human and financial resource management, and educational law. Graduates of the proposed program would be prepared to pursue positions as leaders of kindergarten through 12th grade school districts and higher education institutions. Labor market trends show demand for advanced expertise in educational leadership. Statewide employment is projected to grow by 12% between 2023 and 2032, with approximately 4,045 annual openings. The Texas Association of School Boards, or TASB, indicates that the number of highly qualified applicants for vacant school superintendent positions is declining. TASB also indicates that obtaining a doctorate has become a recommended or preferred component of a highly qualified applicant and can be the differentiating qualification during the selection process. The proposed program would begin with 3 core faculty, with the institution dedicating 1.75 FTE to the proposed program. 1 additional headcount core faculty is planned to be hired in the first and second years of the program for a total headcount of 5 core faculty. The Commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
Good morning, Board. Push it harder. Good morning, Chair Hawk, Commissioner Rosser, and Board. We appreciate the opportunity for you to consider our proposal this morning. Let's tell you a little bit about Texas A&M Central Texas. We are the sole remaining public institution in the state of Texas that serves as a senior institution, which means we do not offer freshman and sophomore level courses. A big part of our mission is focused on servicing the very broad Central Texas area for transfers and degree completions. We're quite successful at that. It's also very important to our mission to serve in the graduate arena, and graduate enrollments make about 25% of our total enrollment. So this proposal to launch a new doctorate of education and educational leadership fits right in with that mission, and we feel that this is an important program that will serve unmet needs in the broader Central Texas area, an area consisting of over 500,000 in local population. We believe that it's an innovative hybrid program. We have two separate tracks, as Elizabeth mentioned earlier, one that serves those who want to serve in the K through 12 arena as a superintendent, and another in higher education. There's a lot of folks in our area very excited about the possibility of having this program come in. We've heard from them. I want to thank you for consideration of our request, and we welcome any questions you may have for us.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the request from Texas A&M University Central Texas for a Doctor of Education in Educational Leadership? A motion by Mr.
Second.
Wilson, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Agenda item 9C6 is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new Doctor of Philosophy in Kinesiology degree program at Texas State University. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Viduraman Sri Raman, Senior Vice Provost, and Dr. Matt McAllister, Chair of the Department of Health and Human Performance, are also available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
Texas State University is seeking approval to offer a Doctorate of Philosophy degree program in kinesiology that would begin in the fall of 2026. The proposed program would be offered in a hybrid format. It would have two specialty tracks in exercise science and sports management. The job field of recreation and fitness studies teachers post-secondary, the Workforce Commission projects a 9% growth from 2022 to 2032. The program has 6 existing core faculty. There are plans to hire 2 additional core faculty and 1 additional support faculty member, all in the fields of sports management. The Commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
Good morning, Commissioner Rosser, Chair Harkin, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to present our proposed program, PhD program in kinesiology. I hesitate because we brought 9 of these to you in the last year and a half. This is the 10th. So the proposed PhD program in kinesiology is very relevant to the economy of our state. Labor market indicators show strong demand for doctoral trained professionals relevant to kinesiology across multiple occupations. This program is also very much in line with Texas State's strategic vision of achieving Carnegie R1 by 2027. The program represents an organic growth for the institution, meaning that we have exceptional faculty in our Department of Health and Human Performance, in which unit this program will be housed. Faculty have a very strong research agenda and outstanding research productivity. We also have exceptional facilities. The program has the strong support of our upper administrators and from the Texas State University system. As Dr. Mayer mentioned earlier, the program went through 2 rounds of external review. The first of these was a desk review by an expert outside the state and received a very positive review. This was followed by an external virtual site visit that included 3 experts, one from the University of Georgia, one from the University of North Carolina, and one from University of Maryland, which essentially found the program concept to be very compelling. So that's what I have to offer about the program, but before I close, I would like to express deep appreciation to the Higher Education Coordinating Board staff, in particular to Dr. Elizabeth Meyer, who's stuck with us over 10 programs. I think when we crashed with 11 doctoral programs, she was about to throw me out of her office. But said in jest, of course. But we do appreciate the guidance given as also to Dr. Alan McKee, who helped us on this particular doctoral program. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Matt McAllister, Chair of the Department of Health and Human Performance. I just want to take a moment to thank you all for taking the time to consider this proposal. This is something that we are very excited about and we've been working on for a long time. So this degree is proposed to be a PhD in kinesiology with 2 concentrations. One concentration will be in exercise science, and that will be a face-to-face concentration. The other will be in sport management, and that will be an online concentration. So this degree is a hybrid model degree, which is designed for flexibility while maintaining rigorous research training for these students. We will have 2 entry tracks. We have a 54 credit hour entry track for master's students, and we have a 78 credit hour entry pathway for those that have a bachelor's degree. All students will complete 18 credit hours of dissertation, and we will place emphasis on advanced research training, discipline-specific expertise aligned with health and sports sectors. We expect our graduates will pursue positions in both academic and industry settings, positions such as senior scientists for companies such as Gatorade and Nike. We also have positions that are available that we found with companies or agencies such as the NIH. And in terms of statewide context and student demand, existing PhD programs in the state have limited capacity to support the student interest and demand. So a large percentage of qualified applicants are being denied admission at peer institutions, about 45 to 60%. And our students at Texas State, both undergraduate and graduate students, have been surveyed, and about 90% of students that were surveyed have demonstrated strong interest in this program if we were to offer this program at Texas State. So in terms of the curriculum structure, we have a 54 credit hour track for master's entry students, which includes 12 credit hours of a research core. The bachelor's entry track is 78 credit hours and will include an additional 24 credit hours of graduate preparatory work. And I just wanted to finally say that our faculty have expertise in a variety of subdisciplines in this area and are really well qualified and prepared to offer this degree.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you all back here. Any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the request for a new degree program from Texas State University for a Doctor of Philosophy in Kinesiology?
So moved.
Moved, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes, congratulations. Agenda item 9C7 is consideration and possible action to approve the request for a new Doctor of Philosophy in Data Science degree program at the University of North Texas. Ms. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer questions. Dr. Michael McPherson, UNT Provost, and Dr. Kinshuk, Dean of the College of Information, are also available for questions. Ms. Mayer.
The University of North Texas is seeking approval to offer a Doctor of Philosophy degree program in data science that would begin in the fall of 2026. The proposed program would be offered in person to students in Denton. The proposed program would prepare students to become independent and productive leaders, researchers, practitioners, and educators in data science who can immediately obtain positions in academia and industry using data analytics and data-driven intelligence to guide decision-making. If approved, the PhD in data science would be the state's first multi-interdisciplinary focused doctoral degree at a public institution. In Texas, there are 1,691 average job openings for data scientists every year. UNT has 16 faculty members to launch the new program. The commissioner recommends the program for board approval.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Commissioner Rosser, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your attention today. I come before you this, I guess it's afternoon by now, to express strong support and also excitement for our proposed new PhD in data science. In just a moment, Dean Kinshuk will briefly discuss some of the details of our proposal, but I would like to speak just for a moment about how our university thinks about new proposals such as this one. We believe it is our responsibility to deliver credentials of value to our students. In all cases, this means developing relevant curriculum in partnership with industries that will employ our graduates. Making sure that these curricula provide our students with the knowledge and training they will need, and ensuring that we are developing the workforce that industry will need to meet the demands of the future. It is also our responsibility to ensure that our students have access to state-of-the-art equipment and best-in-class faculty during their time with us. We strongly believe that this proposed new degree will do these things. We at UNT are extremely proud of the accomplishments of the department that will house the proposed new degree. As Dean Kinshuk will note, it is among the top 5 data science programs in the country. It is well-resourced, both from university funds and from remarkable and generous donor gifts. We are excited about the new opportunities this degree will make possible in service to students and to society. I would now invite Dean Kinshuk of our College of Information to share his thoughts.
Good afternoon. I'm very enthusiastically seeking approval to launch a degree of a Doctor of Philosophy in Data Science degree at the University of North Texas. The program is aimed at students who have a solid computing and data science academic background and plan to become data science researchers and/or educators. The College of Information at the University of North Texas has already established a Master of Science in Data Science program, which has been ranked among the top 5 programs in the nation by Fortune in both 2024 and 2025, and a Bachelor of Science in Data Science program. The educational objective of the proposed PhD in Data Science program is to offer students a terminal degree in data science. The program will train these students in fundamental data science theories and applications, solution development and management, data-driven intelligence, and data science education. The PhD program in data science will prepare the students to become independent and productive leaders, researchers, practitioners, and educators in data science who can immediately obtain positions in academia and industry using data analytics and data-driven intelligence to guide decision-making. Potential employers for graduates include higher education and industries engaged in scientific research and development services, enterprise management, marketing, medical and biomedical engineering, generative AI development and application, healthcare, data visualization, data engineering, and others, such as Microsoft, Google, Capital One, AT&T, Tesla, and NTT Data. Texas is home to many industries, both large ones, including McKesson, AT&T, American Airlines, and so on, and a whole range of growing startups which are responsible for big data processing and analysis. So the consultations with the industries and other universities across Texas and elsewhere in the United States, as mentioned in the support letters, reflect this the demand that this program has. We have strong core faculty who have demonstrated scholarly excellence through high-impact publications and significant external grant funding, where many of them have individually secured hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars in external funding. Department has secured significant funding thanks to our generous donors, which the department has $2 million in equipment, including 34 GPU workstations and others. So I thank all of you for your support towards our student success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions?
Quick question. Where's Dr. Kelly? Looking forward to asking some questions. No, a serious question. In the material that was submitted here, it showed a huge growth in international students. In fall of 2019, it showed 2,600 students in Europe to 8,000 students international. Is there something unique that UNT is doing to see that 3x growth?
That growth has leveled off and decreased in the last couple of years, but we've worked hard to identify certain countries that are interested in those programs. As a matter of fact, Dean Kinshuk himself has been instrumental in our efforts to do that, visiting many countries like India in particular.
Do I have a motion to approve the request from University of North Texas for a Doctor of Philosophy in Data Science? So moved. Thank you.
Second.
Second, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Alright, agenda item 10A is consideration and possible action to repeal board rules, chapter 2, subchapter F, sections 118 through 121 concerning the approval process for new baccalaureate and master's degrees at public universities and public health related institutions. Elizabeth Mayer will present this item and be available to answer any questions.
Okay. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding board rules, chapter 2, subchapter F, sections 2.118 through 2.121 are proposed for repeal to be replaced with new rules in subchapter F that includes the addition of a new section that establishes approval criteria for competency-based baccalaureate degree programs, which was actually required as part of HB 4848. And the new rules are actually the next agenda item. For the repeal, we did not receive any comments, and the commissioner recommends repeal of the rule.
Wonderful. Any questions? Then do I have a motion to repeal board rules, chapter 2, subchapter F, sections 118 through 121 concerning the approval process for new baccalaureate and master's degrees at public universities and public health related institutions? Motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Motion passes. Agenda item 10B is consideration of possible action to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter F, sections 118 through 121 concerning the approval process for new baccalaureate and master's degrees at public universities and public health related institutions. Elizabeth Mayer.
The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board proposes new section 2.118, criteria for new competency-based baccalaureate degrees, which establishes approval criteria for competency-based baccalaureate degree programs, which is required by House Bill 4848 from the 89th Texas legislative session. The new legislation requires that one or more institutions of higher education in each system offer a competency-based baccalaureate degree program in high-demand field identified by the coordinating board. Programs in high-demand fields were identified based on existing labor market data and the feasibility for transition to competency-based education, including programs of computer and information sciences and support services, health professions and related programs, mathematics and statistics, data analytics, or mathematics and computer science. In addition, baccalaureate degrees in fields other than those referenced above may be approved by the commissioner based upon demonstrated high labor market demand for the program. Section 2.119 through 2.121 of these rules represent actually a renumbering of the sections, and therefore no changes have actually been made to the rule text. No comments were received regarding this rule. The commissioner recommends adoption of the rule.
Thank you. Any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter F, sections 118 through 121 concerning the approval process for new baccalaureate and master's degrees at public universities and public health related institutions? Motion? Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Agenda item 10C is consideration of possible action to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter P, sections 380 through 388 concerning approval process and criteria for off-campus education at public universities and health-related institutions. Ms. Mayer.
The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board proposes new rules concerning the approval process and criteria for off-campus education at public universities and health-related institutions. The new rules are designed to exercise efficiency and streamline processes related to notification and approval of off-campus courses, certificates, and programs. The new rules replacing existing rules in Chapter 4, Subchapter Q, relating to the delivery of off-campus courses, certificates, and programs, which will be repealed under separate rulemaking in an agency-issued policy document from 2014. Section 2.83 establishes required criteria that institutions must comply with to offer off-campus education. These criteria align with state and federal standards and ensure that each student enrolled in an off-campus degree program has access to the same quality of education as on-campus students. Section 2.384 establishes procedures for institutions to notify the coordinating board to offer off-campus education that does not meet the 50% of a degree program threshold. The section also identifies that internship, clinical, dual credit, and study abroad sites are exempt from this requirement. This requirement is new but ensures statutory compliance with as minimal data collection as possible. Section 2.385 establishes approval procedures for institutions seeking approval of a new degree program that will be offered at an off-campus location. This section does not represent a departure from the current practice for universities and health-related institutions. Section 2.386 establishes procedures for institutions seeking approval for an existing degree program to be offered at an off-campus location. This requirement is not new and removes the institutional requirement to submit a 50-mile notification prior to submission to the coordinating board. The coordinating board will send out a regional 30-day informal comment period for off-campus requests, as is current policy for new degree programs. Section 2.387 establishes procedures for making modifications to degree programs offered at an off-campus educational site. This section does not represent a departure from current practice for universities and health-related institutions. Section 2.388 specifies that the rules are effective beginning September 1st of 2026. Comments were received regarding the adoption of these rules, and as always, we appreciate comments that are received to assist in clarity and ensuring if there are any challenges, that those are raised during this comment period. In the board materials are responses to all of the comments that were received, but based upon some comments, the agency did make some revisions to the rule text. So we received a comment from 2 university systems that suggest including or in 2.3832 to align alignment with 2.3821, or to rewrite 2.3832 to conform to the definition of additional location in proposed 2.382. The coordinating board agreed with the suggestion and appreciates the opportunity to clarify the intent was not to require legislative approval for all additional locations. Section 2.383 has been modified to address this and other comments related to require approvals. We also received a comment from a university system that recommended removing the word regional from 2.331 as an adjective for recognized accrediting organization to align more directly with the existing rule of 4.192, recognized accrediting organization. So we agreed with this and made the suggested edit. We received a comment requesting clarification on whether the rules are intended to restrict new sites to those approved by the legislature, and if so, does the requirement for legislative approval only apply when the site is being designated as an additional location for accreditation purposes? The coordinating board agreed with the suggestion and appreciates the opportunity to clarify that the intent was not to require legislative approval for any off-campus educational site. Section 3.83 was modified to address this and other comments related to the required approvals. The commissioner recommends adoption of the rule.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter P, sections 380 through 388 concerning approval process and criteria for off-campus education at public universities and health-related institutions? Motion? Second. Thank you, Mr. McCoy, Ms. Thomas. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Agenda item 10D is consideration of possible action to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter Q, sections 2, 410 through 413 concerning requirements for study abroad foreign language credit. Ms. Mayor.
The coordinating board proposes new rules concerning requirements for study abroad foreign language credit. So these new sections establish guidelines for how enrolled students may earn foreign language credit during a study abroad experience as required by Senate Bill 2431 from the 89th regular Texas legislative session. Section 2.412 outlines requirements for institutions to offer foreign language credit to students enrolled in certain study abroad programs. Section 2.413 outlines the institutional responsibilities for implementation of the rules. As previously, we thank those who have provided comments as it ensures clarity and gives an opportunity for concerns to be raised. In the board material are responses to all of the comments that were received. Based on some comments, the agency did make a revision to the rule text. So a comment was submitted requesting that the rule apply to programs offered during regular academic terms and that short-term programs be exempt from the rule. The rules were updated to the applicable section accordingly. The commissioner recommends adoption of the rule.
Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt new board rules, chapter 2, subchapter Q, sections 2, 410 through 413 concerning requirements for study abroad foreign language credit?
Motion.
Motion? Second, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Agenda item 10E is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 4, subchapter B, sections 422, 425, and 428 through 31 concerning transfer of credit, core curriculum, and field of study curricula. Ms. Mayor.
The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board proposes amendments to rules concerning the transfer of credit, core curriculum, and the field of study curricula. These amendments will implement statutory obligations related to the approval of the Texas core curriculum. Section 4.22 provides the board with authority to adopt rules related to the core curriculum, field of study, and a transfer dispute resolution process. Amendments include adding reference to the Texas Education Code sections and removing various sections of the Texas Education Code that are not applicable. Section 4.25 outlines how institutions transfer lower division course credit and directs institutions to provide appropriate services to transfer students. Amendments add requirements that each institution of higher education include on the institution's website the minimum requirements to be accepted as a transfer student to the institution. This amendment will implement Senate Bill 3039 as a part of the 89 Texas Legislative Regular Session. Section 4.28 adds new subsection 4, setting out the requirements of the board recommended core curriculum and requiring each institution's governing board to ensure compliance with Senate Bill 37 from the 89 Texas Regular Legislative Session. This section also details the specific requirements of the core curriculum, including a statement of purpose, the core objectives, and foundational component areas. The proposed amendment repeals the section referring to the fall 2014 implementation of the Texas core curriculum. Section 4.29 title is amended to the core curriculum other than 42 semester credit hours to align with the Texas Education Code, section 61.822. Section 4.30 title is amended to core curriculum review. This section outlines the responsibilities of institutional governing boards to complete the review of general education courses as required by the Texas Education Code, section 51.315, enacted by Senate Bill 3789 Texas Regular Legislative Session. This section requires that each governing board complete the initial review in 2026 and provide initial certification to the coordinating board no later than January the 1st of 2027. Section 4.31 title is amended to revision of the core curriculum. This section requires each institution to annually submit revisions of its general education curriculum to its governing board as required by Senate Bill 37. No comments were received regarding this rule. The commissioner recommends adoption of the rule.
Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 4, subchapter B, sections 422, 25, and 28 through 31 concerning transfer of credit, core curriculum, and field of study curricula?
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Lewis. Second by Mr. Anwar. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Agenda item 10F is consideration and possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 13, subchapter 5, sections 13.646 and 13.649 concerning community college finance program base and performance tier methodology for fiscal year 2026. Andy McLaurin, Assistant Commissioner of Funding, will present this item and be available to answer questions.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Hawk and board members. I'm Andy McLaurin, Assistant Commissioner of Funding and Resource Planning. Agenda item XF is a rule amendment to the Community College Finance Rules. These changes impact two sections in Chapter 13, Subchapter B. Amendments to Section 13.646 clarify an ambiguity as to the applicability of weights to certain community college fundable outcomes, and corrects a mischaracterization of the Opportunity High School diploma as a credential rather than an outcome. Amendments to Section 13.649 add a necessary informational graphic and correct an erroneous rule reference. We received one comment asking for clarification on an issue unrelated to these changes. We made no change to the proposed rule text as a result of this comment. Any questions?
Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 13, subchapter 5, sections 13.646 and 649 concerning community college finance program base and performance tier methodology for fiscal year 26? So moved. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 10G is consideration of possible action to adopt proposed amendments to board rules, chapter 22, subchapter M, sections 22, 255, 260 through 261, and 264 concerning the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program. Dr. Charles Contaro Pols, Assistant Commissioner for Student Financial Aid Programs, will present this item and be available for questions.
Thank you. I am pleased to present the proposed rules for Chapter 22, Subchapter M, relating to the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program, or TEOG. Generally, the proposed rule implements two legislative changes enacted during last year's session. The first is the addition of the Polytechnic College at Sam Houston State University as an eligible institution for the program. Because the Polytechnic College is focused on career and technical education programming, its students would not qualify for Texas grants, which requires enrollment in a baccalaureate degree program. Accordingly, House Bill 3204 authorized the Polytechnic College as an eligible institution for the TEOG program, which is more aligned with the types of credentials that the students are seeking. Second, the proposed rule implements Riders 25 and 26 of the Coordinating Board's bill pattern in the General Appropriations Act. Those riders direct the Coordinating Board to coordinate with eligible institutions to distribute TEOG funds in a manner that ensures that all eligible students who graduate in the top 25% of their high school class receive a grant through the program. The riders are a key element of the agency's effort to inject greater predictability into state financial aid offerings for students. In discussions with eligible institutions, it was determined that rule amendments were needed to direct institutions to prioritize top 25 students generally and to ensure that all eligible top 25 students who meet the priority student aid index level receive a TEOG award. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Do I have a motion to adopt proposed amendments to Board Rules, Chapter 22, Subchapter M, Sections 22, 255, 260 through 261, and 264 concerning the Texas Educational Opportunity Grant Program?
Motion.
A motion by Mr. Comer, second by Mr. Enwar. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item 11 is agency operations and finance items. Agenda item 11A is the review of the fiscal year 2026 financial report to the board. This is for informational only. Anthony Infantini, Chief Financial Officer, will present this item and be available for questions.
Hello members, Anthony Infantini, Chief Financial Officer, and I will present the quarterly board financial report. So what this report is, it covers the first 3 months of our fiscal year 2026, which began in September. And this is our first year of the 2026 to 27 biennium. And so our agency's budget largely aligns with what the board approved back in July. So we structure our operating budget based on the biennial appropriations authorized by the prior legislature and track those funds at a lower level program account called a PCA as appropriate. So over the course of the biennium, we'll monitor and report changes to any previously approved budget amounts through budget adjustments. And these are typically balances at the end of one fiscal year that carry forward to another, or items that are reflective of changing collections or change in our planned spending. For this current year's quarterly reports, there will be probably fewer adjustments as most of our adjustments shift funds from one year to the next of the biennium. But we do monitor program needs and aim to proactively align funds to be as smooth as possible in fiscal operations. Overall, no concerns or red flags in this report. There are some negative expenditures in these programs, in some programs, but that's very common early in a fiscal year and early in the biennium because we process refunds for prior expenses before new expenses can go out. So those typically level off over time. Shifting towards the back of the report to the information on our student loan and underlying bond portfolio. Our bond financing activity was limited this quarter, which is the case early in a fiscal year. We did successfully reserve volume cap for a future bond issue if needed to fund our college access loans for future academic years. But based on our current projections, as I've mentioned, our existing cash balances should be sufficient to fulfill upcoming loan demand without additional debt issuance. And overall, we're kind of monitoring loan demand, especially in light of some upcoming federal student loan changes, which will be coming into effect in July and may impact long-term the demand for the program. As we did previously discuss, the 2016 bond series will become callable this August, which creates a potential refunding opportunity based on our interest rate environment. And overall, that interest rate environment has not really changed much in the last 3 months, so we're still targeting, reviewing on those savings and monitoring those conditions. So we're also working through various administrative and compliance steps that will position to act prudently with any savings we do realize from the callable bonds. And I'll continue to report our status on those efforts in our future meetings. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
I have one question. Sure. On your process for, you have the column for the original budget and adjusted budget. Your process for the approval of the adjustment to reclassifications, can you comment on how that takes place?
How we, an adjustment, so in our board kind of accounting policy, those, they can derive in a couple of ways, depending on, sometimes they're in my, the accounting side, if our collections kind of come in higher than expected. A lot of times with our programs, we work together to understand the funding needs. So we'll try to look at where our budget is, where our spending is, and then if there are balances at the end of the fiscal year, do we need to move money forward or backwards? So from that part, kind of it gets elevated up through my office, kind of submitted through myself, our Deputy Commissioner Keaton, and General Counsel Rock for legal review, and kind of making sure if we are moving money, it's in line with provisions of the Appropriations Act. So the budget bill is really the deciding factor and how much we can move. Just because we have a balance doesn't mean we get to move it to something else. So there are limits on how much we can move sometimes between one program and another. So based on that review and approval and based on the needs, the budget kind of can be reclassified at that point. But yeah, it's usually the last step of a kind of ground up process, that's what they say it. Sometimes we do have an executive review monthly on our budget and spending and making sure we're aligned with where we need to be with respect to spending as well.
So it would seem like there's a number of these where they're not following on a straight line path for the year, where you have an annual budget of 31 million and you in the first period you spent 33.2. So it would seem like that there may be some things that are not on the straight line path.
Yeah.
Can you comment on?
Oh, for sure. So I would say the thing that's most straight line is our personnel costs. So that's, we have salary, those are pretty, and travel costs are somewhat uniform. If we are contracting for a service or if we are entering into, a purchase order to order something, those will show up as kind of fully obligated at that time, even though we may not realize the spending kind of across the year. Some other grant programs are done in lump sum, some are early in a fiscal year, some are later, some are once a biennium, so that the items that kind of go out in one big package can skew one way or another, where it may look like we're underspending until all that money goes out, or it may look like we've overspent with respect. So what we do look at is we look at our kind of spending overall and try to project out those recurring items to make sure, kind of look at where the flexibility is. So it's a kind of a combination of those two items.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Agenda item 11B is a legislative update. This item is for information only. Glenna Brune, Associate Commissioner of Public Affairs, will present this item to the board and be available for questions.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Hawk, Commissioner, board members, and welcome new board members for Philadelphia Glen and Race. I'm Glenna Brune, Associate Commissioner of Public Affairs. This afternoon, I'll provide a brief update for the current interim, the 89th legislative session, both special sessions, recent committee hearings, and our ongoing legislative interactions. As we've mentioned before, the 89th session resulted in strategic investment, showing that legislators and leadership were serious about accessibility and predictability and transferability in higher education. The following session, we had 2 consecutive special sessions and have already been engaging in committee hearings and preparing for upcoming charges. Last year on September 12th, the House and Senate Select Committee on Civil Discourse and Freedom of Speech in Higher Education was formed. Representative Wilson and Senator Betancourt were selected to chair that committee, and Commissioner Rosser testified on November 13th and did a brilliant job addressing questions and concerns of the members. Our leadership and external relations team have also followed up with committee members to ensure we're keeping lines of communication open as they prepare for additional hearings that will happen this year. As I previously mentioned as well, we had more than 76 bills passed that impacted THUCB in various ways, resulting in 125 obligations and 13 studies that our agency is tasked with. It's a very busy session. Two of those studies are the General Education Committee, which Deputy Commissioner Dr. Troutman coordinates, and Performance-Based Funding Executive Committee, and Legislative Working Group, which Deputy Commissioner Sarah Keaton shepherds. Both of our deputies have spoken to these advisory committees, but just to recap, the Performance-Based Funding Study Executive Committee is a 21-member committee examining formula funding levels for general academic institutions, student success indicators that may indicate performance data metrics. They have met through the fall and will continue to meet together through April. And then the General Education Curriculum Advisory Committee is made up of representatives from 2-year and from 4-year institutions, 7 from each, tasked with reviewing general education curriculum requirements for Texas public institutions of higher education. They have also been coming together to meet several times and will continue to meet through the coming months through July. And other good news from session, HB 300, which has to do with Texas Armed Services Scholarship Program, the TASC, has closed and will be reopening February 27th. This year, more students receive funding than we have had before in the history of the program. This is a testament to the hard work of our staff and the legislative leadership, Chairman Wilson, and members who've made armed services funding a priority. As for our 13 studies, we've contracted with institutions on our rural vet medicine workforce study, our HB 1534 health physics education report, and several others. And we're working internally on specific studies on our list of obligations for the session. So all of those have begun. In other news, Chairman Van Dever has announced he will not be seeking re-election. He's been a huge champion and advocate for higher education, and we will miss his thoughtful and consistent leadership. So we thank him for his years of service. Earlier this month, in a memo to the Texas House members, Speaker Burrs notified committee members to submit recommendations for interim charges by close of business on February 9th. The Lieutenant Governor has also requested interim charges recommendations by February 20th. Interim charges are directives issued by both chamber leadership, which instruct the committees on what issues to study and focus in preparation for the coming session. So we'll be working with members prior to those dates on interim items, and actually some of those meetings are happening tomorrow. For further background on our interim work, we continue to engage with legislative leadership on a weekly basis to ensure bill authors and stakeholders are hearing us on the many obligations and studies that we're guiding. We also interact daily with legislative staff, answering questions for constituents and serving as a resource for information and background. And in addition, our advisory committees have internal legislative committees that are coming to speak with us to legislators about the work that they're doing and making sure we're getting feedback there as they do that work. And then monthly, we meet with the Governor's Office on priority alignment and reporting. This week, we welcomed institutional GR and legislative staff on a briefing on items we're discussing today. We do this in coordination with our board meetings to create a space for open communication and feedback from our legislative stakeholders and present upcoming rulemaking, timelines, and agency updates. During this interim, our internal relations team is also working on a new internal legislative tracking system that will support the agency through the 90th legislative session. It's a big task to take on, and we are hopeful to get that done very quickly and be ready for the 90th session. And we'll keep you updated on how that's going. And as always, time is a thief, and the 90th legislative session looms ahead. As of tomorrow, we have 51 Fridays till the opening of January 12th, 2027. Legislators may start filing bills, though, in what we call pre-filing on November 9th, 2026, ahead of that start date. And then March 12th of 27 is the last day to file bills. We'll sine die, which is the end of session on May 31st. That's 20 Fridays, 140 days, to make great things happen for higher education. I know that seems like a lot of long-range planning, but I assure you we are in short-term work mode right now to prepare for all the items leading up to interim charges and pre-filing. And as a reminder, our 2025 legislative report, which is the summary of everything that happened in the 89th legislative session and then the 2 special called sessions, is posted on our website and has an exhaustive list of the impact of all of the bills through THECB during session. So I encourage you to look at that if needed as a resource. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we closed out 25 with our educational conference, Higher Edge, on December 8th through the 10th, and we welcomed more than 500 attendees, a record number. The theme was Classroom to Career at Future Ready Texas, and focused on how we reimagine higher education systems and processes to create greater value for students during their higher education experience and beyond as they transition into the workforce and contribute to our state's rapidly growing economy. Thank you to those legislators and staffers who are able to join us, and to the foundation, external relations, communications and marketing teams who led the event, and all the divisions across the agency who worked tirelessly to create a memorable event for our stakeholders. And in closing, we want to thank all of you for your service, for continuing to keep higher education and Texas students and families at the forefront, and we'll keep you updated as we have interim charges and other items leading up to the 90th special session.
Thank you, Ms. Britton. Are any questions? Thank you. Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. Agenda item 11C is litigation update. Agenda item 11C1 is consideration of possible action regarding the proposal for decision in Healing Hands Massage Institute versus Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, the board will meet in executive session to consult with our attorney regarding the legal proceedings pertaining to agenda item 11C. No other business of the board will be discussed, and no final action will be taken in closed session. It is now 12:38 p.m. We will convene an executive session. Board members will meet in room 2006 for the closed meeting. Okay. Okay, and take a motion. Okay. All right, we are. It is now 1:22 PM. The executive session has concluded. No action was taken during executive session. We will now proceed with considering the proposal for decision in the matter of Healing Hands Massage Institute versus the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. Board members have been provided the proposal for decision issued by the State Office of Administration hearings on October 10th, 2025. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Each party is allotted 10 minutes to provide a summation and final statements before the board considers action on this item. Time may be reserved for rebuttal, as the applicant and appellant in this matter, Healing Hands, will proceed first. Will the party representatives please introduce themselves?
Kyle Carney and Mr. Andrew Alexander for Healing Hands.
Thank you. Thank you both. Mr. Carney, you may now proceed with your summation and final statements.
My name is Kyle Carney and I'm here with Andrew Alexander, who's the representative for Healing Hands. We're here to provide a brief summation and advocate against the recommendation of the PFD so that a transparent dialogue may occur between board staff and Healing Hands in a way that benefits strategic paths for students seeking higher education in the healthcare sector of our economy. Healing Hands is an important member of the professional licensing education ecosystem for licensed massage therapists. Attached to the agenda, you will find several letters of support from stakeholders such as medical doctors, business owners, and alumni describing Healing Hands' program as serving an important function as a stepping stone into higher education and healthcare. I encourage you to read and consider those. The reason we are engaging in this process instead of merely applying again is that we believe we need to raise our hand and ask your help about fundamental process issues that need to be addressed before reapplying so that the standards are clear and transparent for all stakeholders. The ALJ authored a lengthy opinion at SOA highlighting many of these disputed issues about the 24 standards while leaving some of the constitutional and legal questions for the judicial branch. I believe those issues are based on fundamental miscommunication about the criteria for the standards, but rather than regurgitate legal argument, I want you to hear from Mr. Alexander directly, educator to educator, on the practical issues before you. So I give you Mr. Alexander.
Good morning, my name is Andrew Alexander. I'm the founder of Healing Hands Massage Institute. Rather than having a professional speaker talk to you about this, I thought it was important that you hear from me. We're here to discuss our application offered as Associates of Applied Science and Massage Therapy, but the problem we're really trying to solve is simple. Our graduates struggle to access the broader college system in Texas because our credits don't transfer. So today I'd like to address 4 things: the value of Healing Hands educational program, the common ground we share, the challenge, and a constructive path forward. Most people don't realize that Texas law requires a unique massage curriculum. Nearly half of it is hard sciences, anatomy, physiology, pathology, kinesiology. These are the same foundational health sciences that are taught in colleges and universities. This means students are doing real college level work, but the pathways don't connect, so progress gets reset instead of continuing to build. Our goal coincides directly with the board's strategic plan for building a talent strong Texas. Many of our students want to advance to healthcare fields such as nursing, physical therapy, and even become physician assistants. But because massage education starts in a non-degree system, transfer policies often don't readily accept those credits. Students are forced to retake courses they've already successfully completed, slowing progress into high-need healthcare roles. At Healing Hands, we've designed a practical, low-risk pathway by partnering with Collin College for general education. This allows us to stay in our lane and focus on our core competencies. The item before you today is a recommendation to deny our application, but I respectfully request that we instead use the fixable application process in the COA manual. This will reopen communication, provide us with a clear list of specific revisions needed, and allow us to resolve this and return for a final focused review. We do share a substantial common ground. The record shows that our courses are operating at appropriate to the degree level. We are not asking for permission to operate. It is also determined that our faculty is qualified, our campus is appropriate for instruction, and we have the administrative capacity to run the program. We also have consistently strong outcomes. We began this process in 2021. Our first time pass rate for the advanced licensing exam was 71%. It has since grown to 85%, while the Texas average has remained at 58%. This shared ground is why I believe there is a constructive path forward. Today is not about whether Healing Hands can educate students. So why are we here? The challenge has been interpretation and clarity. The standards are complex, and the judge determined there was misinterpretations made by both parties. There were instances where we consulted with board staff prior to submission, only to be declared non-compliant after following their directions. To give you an extreme example, the board's interpretation of the standards suggested we needed to cut instructor pay by 40%. I do not believe it would be the board's intent to force us to reduce teacher pay. Board staff said it was applying the standards consistently across the application, and this was alarming enough for Healing Hands leadership to bring this to SOA. The other problem would be alignment. Healing Hands is already regulated to similar standards by other state and federal authorities, and it has been a challenge to understand where they differ. For instance, we follow the state fire marshal's office for fire drills, but the board has held us to a different requirement. The same is true for many items like background checks and record protection. This isn't meant to excuse our responsibility. We have the duty to meet the standards, but it makes it clear that even trained professionals struggle to read the standards consistently. In his proposal for decision, the judge said our frustration with the process is understandable. And I agree, because the practical outcome being offered is essentially deny now, reapply later. However, this doesn't solve the interpretation problem, and it delays the process for years and hurts students. I'd like to work with you to get the best outcome for students. For instance, we use a non-traditional grading system inspired by systems used at MIT and Harvard Law. This helps with certain types of students, but board staff is concerned that this isn't rigorous enough. It would be easy for us to switch to a traditional grading system, but if we work together through the concerns, we could find a solution that best benefits the students. Most of the remaining standards are in a similar situation. The teacher payroll item is also similar. That could have been a conversation, not a court hearing. A final denial today would not protect standards. It perpetuates confusion. It would also force Healing Hands to use the alternative accreditation option to offer a degree. It's easier, but would take us away from the Texas curriculum model, which reduces educational quality. There is a better way, though, and you've already created it. Step 4, recommendation 2, in the COA manual is the fixable application path. It allows the board staff to specify exact revisions, allow us to incorporate them promptly, and enables a swift, focused reevaluation. This approach protects students, preserves oversight, and resolves remaining items quickly. The remaining items are documentation based, but if the board wishes, we will cover the cost of another site visit. Healing Hands is fully committed to meeting the board standards. We're not asking for lower standards, we're asking for clearer standards. Our request is specific and procedural. Do not issue a final denial today. Direct your staff to use recommendation 2 path on the remaining contested items. Allow us to resubmit promptly with the understanding that a focused reevaluation will occur to you by a certain date. This is the constructive path. It upholds your standards while serving our shared mission to build clear, credible pathways for Texas students. Thanks for taking the time to listen to me, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Mr. Brock, you may provide your summation and final statements.
Thank you, board members. My name is Doug Brock. I am here along with Kimberly Fuchs, Assistant General Counsel, on behalf of and representing coordinating board staff. In the appeal before you, Healing Hands Massage Institute, a massage school operating under a license issued by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, is contesting the coordinating board's January 25th, 2024 decision to deny their application for certificate of authority to award an applied associate degree in Texas. The board's decision at that time and corresponding recommendations from then Commissioner Keller and the Certificate Advisory Council were grounded in the fact-based conclusions that Healing Hands did not come close to meeting the coordinating board standards to offer a higher education degree in Texas. An independent and objective administrative law judge, after a full and fair evidentiary hearing, found that the board's decision was factually and legally sound, and that the board should deny Healing Hands' application for certificate of authority to award degrees as it failed to meet 16 of the 24 standards to operate a higher education institution and offer degrees in Texas. The administrative law judge also concluded that not only did Healing Hands not meet the necessary standards to offer degrees, it also failed to demonstrate that it had the capability to meet such standards. On behalf of the Commissioner and the coordinating board staff, I respectfully request that the board adopt the administrative law judge's proposal for decision and deny Healing Hands' appeal. The recommendation to deny this appeal is not made to harm Healing Hands or its students. It is made to uphold the standards we hold all institutions to as they move through the accreditation process. Chapter 61, Subchapter G of the Texas Government Code requires the coordinating board to set standards an institution must meet as they work towards accreditation by a board-recognized accrediting body. The standards set forth in coordinating board rule have been uniformly and consistently applied to institutions, including Healing Hands. The board has approved numerous certificates of authority authorizing institutions to offer a degree when they meet these set standards. Here, Healing Hands failed to do so, and thus their appeal should be denied. These standards help ensure that we meet the dual purposes of Chapter 61, Subchapter G, which is to 1, prevent deception of the public resulting from institutions conferring fraudulent or substandard college and university degrees, and 2, to protect the integrity of degrees conferred by legitimate higher education institutions and of those persons holding such degrees. Here, the administrative law judge determined that Healing Hands failed to meet 16 of those 24 standards, including but not limited to such critical standards related to legal compliance, governance, qualifications of institutional officers, financial records, curriculum, and distinction of roles. Denying this appeal has no impact on Healing Hands' operations in Texas under the Department of Licensing Regulation. Furthermore, Healing Hands is not necessarily precluded from offering degrees in the future. They have been eligible to reapply a certificate of authority since July 23rd, 2024. Additionally, their proposal at the time they submitted the application included a collaboration with community college, Collin County Community College. That agreement, unless it's been terminated, is in effect, and all of those courses taken at Collin Community College are transferable pursuant to our current rules. For these reasons, I respectfully request the board adopt the administrative law judge's proposal for decision and deny Healing Hands' appeal as they fail to meet the institutional standards necessary to grant degrees in Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Carney, you have 3 minutes remaining to provide a rebuttal. You may proceed.
Thank you. A couple of points that I would like to address. First, the issue with the SOA proceedings and the site visit below. There's only been one site visit. It happened during a snowstorm 3 years ago now, and we're limited to a very problematic partial record of a site visit that the ALJ specifically found had a lot of flaws in it, and one of the issues before you is whether you can essentially issue or revise and resubmit with further site visit that Healing Hands would be willing to pay for, so that you can make decisions based on accurate information. Healing Hands was prevented from providing new evidence during the hearing because the rule is that you can only make a determination on whether Healing Hands passed the standards based on its state of being at the time of site visit. So there was no way to introduce new evidence about that. So part of the due process constitutional issues before you, I would submit Mr. McCoy, the ALJ punted on those issues, and because of that, we don't really have a decision before us on whether there was a due process issue or other things. But due process and all that, I don't want to regurgitate legal argument to you. I just want to remind you that those issues are about communication between the government and those who are governed, and that's really what we're asking for. General counsel has been great to work with in this, but we are kind of in a deadlock on what were the standards that we had to work with below, and what was the differences between what was communicated by board staff in the pre-application process and then the criteria that was actually applied to Healing Hands during the site visit, and they were kind of stuck with afterwards without really a meaningful ability to respond or introduce new evidence. And so what we're asking as a conciliatory measure, rather than pursuing judicial further litigation or findings is make us do this over, but tell us how to comply. We don't, if we just dropped this and walked away and reapplied tomorrow, we still don't know what exact criteria the next panel of site team members would apply. And that's a big problem. It's a big government communication problem, and we're raising our hand and asking for help. This is about transparency. The solution we're requesting is workable. And if you allow this, I believe it will be a benefit not only to Healing Hands, but to all institutions to have more transparency about the process of what standards are supposed to be met. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Brock, you have 6 minutes remaining to provide a rebuttal. You may proceed.
Just be very brief. This decision today does not preclude Healing Hands or shut the door on them. They can reapply. They're encouraged to reapply. We want to continue to make sure that students in Texas can achieve credentials of value in the state. And if they can meet the standards set forth in our rule, then they would be eligible to offer such degrees on a temporary basis as they seek accreditation. They were provided full due process with the administrative law hearing. They will provide evidence. They have attempted through public testimony to introduce evidence that was not before the administrative law judge. They had the opportunity to do that, and they did not bring forth any such witnesses. The board staff, as the record shows, did continuously communicate with Healing Hands during the application process, after they submit the application process, during the site visit. As they are with all institutions, they're there to help and assist, which they did in this case, and they would continue to do so moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, both. Members, do you have any questions for either party or for legal counsel? Members, having reviewed the proposal for decision issued by the State Office of Administrative Hearings, heard from both parties, and had any questions answered, do I have a motion to adopt the proposal for decision without change and deny Healing Hands application for a certificate of authority?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Two other options for motion are to adopt a proposal for decision with changes and deny Healing Hands application for a certificate of authority, or to vacate or modify the proposal for decision with changes that would need to be spelled out and grant Healing Hands application for a certificate of authority. Any motion on either of those? Okay. So the motion as proposed. Members, I have a motion made by Mr. Wilson and a second by Mr. Navarez. All in favor? Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you both.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We will now move to agenda item 12A, auditor's update on internal audit reports and activities. Leslie Gaddis, interim administrator for internal audit, will present this item and be available to answer questions. This item is for information only. Ms. Gaddis.
Chair, board members. Leslie Gaddis, serving as the interim administrator for internal audit presently. Internal audit, encompasses both internal audit staff plus institutional assurance. There are no reports for either of those areas to present to the board. For internal audit, all 5 projects that were set forth in the audit plan for this fiscal year are underway. 4 of them are in a state of being in progress, 1 is in planning. We expect that the progress on all of those will accelerate once internal audit is fully staffed, including the engagement of a new permanent auditor. The staff is also working on providing information to the state auditor's office for one ongoing external audit. We are continuing to assist with providing administrative support for the new ombudsman office and continuing to assist with the attendant reorganization that affects compliance monitoring. With respect to compliance monitoring, which is now under the new ombudsman, as needed, that area will provide informational updates to the board. For institutional assurance, all reviews are on schedule, and the process for review of requirements related to sexual harassment, dating, violence, and stalking for fiscal 2026 has begun for the select slate of institutions. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Ms. Gaddis, members, do you have any questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is agenda item 13, adjournment. This concludes our meeting. Oh, actually, sorry, one more quick order of business. Daniel Wong was unable to be here today. Could I get a motion excusing his absence?
So moved.
Thank you. Second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. And this concludes our meeting. The time is 1:42 p.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn? So moved. Yes.
You don't have a motion to discuss or do the salary for the.
We did that. Okay. Yeah, we did. Thank you. Do I have a second on adjournment? Thank you. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you all for the meeting today.